cameraman's gonna come and just put it behind the stump. He's gonna come.
Yeah, he's gonna come.
How are you?
Kevin is.
No. That's Brian. Huh?
The camera.
You have to turn this way. The other way. The other way. Taking selfie or what? Check. Good? All right. You got to pay me for that.
So are we doing this now on that camera, or are we waiting
Not that
for a
camera. It's on live. It's on live over there, but they can carry the voice from it.
Okay.
You get a golden kind.
You want to climb?
Who's painting with that? Get the original kind. Let me see. Yeah.
I got big man.
All right. This is a president in Guyana named Bornan. He's a black man. He's playing in the US also. And this is George Bush. You ready? Good luck, guys. This is a semi-final, guys. Be on top of your game. Cooperate the umpire, guys. And that's it. Be good. Ready?
Ready, umpire?
Tails.
Balls, tails. That is the tails. What you want to do?
Ball first.
You're gonna bowl first. Thank you very much, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, no problem.
आधा 10:30 बजे तक।
ओके तो वो सारा कुछ सेट हो जाए ना हम
what I do. I come here. I'm here like this. I'm the spare leg.
Body will do this. We know all our routines. We already did the game, so we are.
We're reconfirming everything for wides and all that.
Did you do 3-4?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
3-4-1.
2-1. Yeah. Here, come. We'll do this chat here, just so that our quiet conversations aren't on microphone broadcast out to whoever the hell in Pakistan is listening to this game. What time is it in Pakistan? You know what? Give me now. Give me now. No, they're home. Okay, you do it. Yeah. Okay. It's the best. Okay. Bowling side, Karachi! We got blue flags now on the boundary. We can mostly see them. Oh, the white flag is for them. Yeah. The good thing about it here. The stuff that goes behind. We are batting this side and they are batting their back. So it's only these ones. Which this guy will play. The big guy who opens the batting for Faisalabad. Right. It's the captain.
Oh, no?
Yeah. Just chop on. I say I got one more. I got one more in my pocket.
Yes, sir.
Good?
Good, good.
Thank you for doing all these things.
A lot of hard work, man. Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
going to the other field? Yeah, we are going to start this game now. And we are waiting for that.
I know. I'm just ignoring this.
Everything good?
Yeah, it's good. We're set out here. It looks beautiful.
Okay,
Thank you. Try and get him to give hats to other players rather than putting it behind us, right? Yeah. I know we're not taking them.
We can
But
tell
the
them
guys
the
love
ball
to.
hits.
Yeah. Exactly. It just looks like shit on TV. Peter always tells us it looks like shit on TV. But they'll do what they're going to do. I can't believe they brought in Jesse Simmons to play.
Who is bowling, guys? Who is bowling? Who is going to bowl? Unain? The captain?
Yes.
He likes to wear the white suits too, so be aware for the batsman.
I told him to remove the other game, but the batsman said it's okay. So, if the batsman is okay, we are good.
Yeah, batsman doesn't care that much.
It's our duty to say that to the batsman is
Round the circle too. By starting right, I'm over.
remove this one. If batsman says okay, you can marry now.
आयो भाई आ जाओ मेरा टीम आ जाओ
You want marker?
पीछे गए
You want marker bowler?
यस प्लीज
All right, so welcome from Marine Park in Brooklyn. Good morning, wherever you're viewing our broadcast today with the news. Faisalabad Lions have been sent in by the Karachi Leopards in what is expected to be a very quality, a cracker of a game. Both teams have done well, and tail of the tape tells us that both teams have won a couple of games, and they would have lost one. So we're down to the semi-final, the last 4 teams in the competition. Faisalabad Kings will take on Karachi Leopards here, and Lahore Badshah will come up against Gujranwala Wolves. The 2 opening batsmen walking out to the middle, Salek Iqbal and Umar Farouk. Want to say good morning to Carl Bennett. Carl, welcome to Marine Park, semi-final day of the Pakistan Super League of the USA. And it all comes down to the last 4 teams.
Yes, Len, and good morning to the viewers, wherever you're watching in the US or globally. We're at Marine Park, as Lenny mentioned. Perfect day for cricket, brilliant sunshine here, and so it's a fantastic day to see 2 good teams come up against each other in what promises to be a cracker. The batsmen walk out to the middle, and Umar Farouk is no stranger to US cricket, a man who is consistently among the runs, and the umpires are settled out in the middle. We have umpire Brian Kane and umpire Sarah Vanakumar Venkatessan. So we are ready for cricket here at Marine Park, and so things are ready to get underway. Umar Farouk will be the man first up. He'll be the man on strike line.
So quality openers out in the middle. As in the case of Salek Iqbal, he'll be going to Cavaliers this year. Somerset Cavaliers for the minor league series, so a big call up for him. So number 19 is it, given the ball. He'll have to pick up the bowler's name.
Looks like the captain, Hunain Munir, looks like he's the man who has been given a ball, who has taken the ball. He's the captain. So he will start proceedings here, and he'll bowl to Umar Farouk.
And his here, Carl, and Umar Farouk comes in at a time in which licensed to hit the ball because just of the power play. But if you know Umar Farouk over the years, he bats one way, he tries to score pretty quickly. And Hunan Munir, boys who know each other very well, so we'll have to exploit 1 or 2 weaknesses that Umar Farouk has. And so we're all set. Umpire Kumar, he comes out of Rhode Island. And umpire Brian Kane, a special umpire because he's special because he's one of the American-grown umpire who's taken to cricket, and he's done well in the last couple of years. And in fact, he'll be going up to Texas to do some of the US, or be a part of the panel that is conducting the US ICC League 2 series. Here's the first ball. Farouk gets a big edge, running up towards the 3rd man boundary, and things are on the way here. Umar Farouk for 4.
And classic Umar Farouk, there is no time in attacking the bowler straight away. Ball pitched on the track, moving across him, and he swung across it, took a thick outside edge, and here is a delivery that was just outside off, angled away, took a thick outside edge, and only retrieval mode for man running back to collect. So 4 runs on the board, and Faisalabad up and running.
Ball taken on the pad, seemingly down the leg side. Kumar says not out. So things are on the way here. Faisalabad Kings, they've done well. And in fact, it's ironic that Umar Farouk leads the charge with 61 runs coming into this match. And Salek Iqbal, the 2 openers out in the middle, has scored the bulk of the runs so far. And we made mention of Faisalabad, they've won 2, they've lost 1. And Karachi Leopards, similar record.
Swing and a miss, an ambitious looking drive by Farouk. And Len, as you know, Farouk only knows one way to go. It's usually feast or famine. He's always on the charge, looking to attack. And an ambitious drive outside the off stump, again looking for more runs. He's already on 4. Has faced 3 balls to this point. So midway through the first over, Faisalabad sent in here against Karachi Leopards.
So ball worked into the onside. We'll pick up a run. We'll bring Salah Iqbal onto strike for the first time. Couple of reinforcements for the Faisalabad King. They will get the services of Jesse Singh and Raj Babsar. In fact, Raj Babsar would have been in the tournament. As in the case of Jesse Singh, a busy man would have come in this morning. That would have already given strength to an already strong team, the Faisalabad Kings.
Players in this tournament then racking up a lot of travel miles up and down the 95, the 95 corridor, back and forth between DC and New York.
Yeah, Virginia had a big tournament, Unity Cup. It completes today, but we're watching another big one here. Solid Iqbal could pick up runs there, running up towards the backward square area. They'll come back. In fact, they'll settle for one. So Solid Iqbal off and running. The man will be going up to Somerset Cavaliers. So I want to say congratulations to Solid Iqbal. He's a talented player.
Salik also a quality striker of the ball, clean striker, and to two good batters at the wicket for Faisalabad. So looking to get things moving here.
Oh, lofted in the air. He's giving the man a chance. Easy catch, and that's the end of Umar Farouk. He falls in the first over. He falls for 5. And Faisalabad King have lost a big wicket here. Umar Farouk goes. Is 6 for 1.
And Zishan Ahmed Len making no mistakes and picking up the wicket. In fact, taking the catch, easily taken. And so the big man Umar Farouk is on his way. And as he walks off, so ball just back of a length and the leading edge from Umar Farouk, and it goes up and a comfortably taken catch by Zishan Ahmed. And he does the jig, a little dance.
Batters here, guys. Who's coming to ball?
It's 6 for 1 in over number 1.
Hamad, aja. Attack that. Hamad. Left arm. You go, man. Umpy, new bowler.
So Raymond Ramratan comes to the middle. He comes in here at 6 for 1.
New bowler, Hamad.
We've seen the completion of a very good over from Hunan Munir. And why that
Batter,
is a
left
successful
arm.
over, Carl. He's
Coming
taking
over
the
to you.
big man out. Umar Farouk is gone. Now it will be left to the likes of Salek Iqbal, Raymond Ramratan, and the others to come. So good strike here from Hunan Munir.
आगे सिंगल पे रुको बैक थोड़ा इधर हो जम्मू अभी भाई.
So Hamad Hassan is a quality bowler. He comes with an angle because he's a left-hander. And already with Umar Farouk out, the likes of Raymond Ramratan, Salek Iqbal, and the others to come, Carl, you get a feeling that this game is going to play a little bit different now. Still a couple of men out in the deep, but we're watching Hamad Hassan runs in. Oh, that's a good ball. Salek Iqbal is quite defensive. 6 for 1. The helmet, I think.
Ball's dead. Yeah, go ahead.
Come on.
Yes, Carl, and just coming back. There's a concussion protocol that is involved in cricket these days. That if you're struck on the helmet, the umpire will have to make sure that you're okay. That's the concussion protocol. not only in cricket, in many other sports. Ball keeping a little bit low.
Slower delivery. Pace off from Hamad Hassan, so he's done quite well, just mixing up the deliveries. And so far has Sadiq Iqbal guessing a little, just reaching, not attuned to how this surface may be playing.
And Carl just coming back to the concussion protocol. It's one of the added tasks of umpire.
Wide ball.
Ball outside the off stump, signal a wide from Brian Kane. So one will be added to the score, so 7-for-1. But just coming back to the many other jobs given to umpires these days in the modern day. And the umpire features not only to watch, to be the on-field officiators, but they have been given added tasks to really manage and do a whole lot more than it was maybe 20 years ago. Lovely shot, up and over. That's a good looking shot from Saleh Iqbal. It finds the offside boundary and the first boundary of the game.
Exquisite looking drive from Saleh Iqbal on the front foot, and just really launching into it, ball in the slot and giving it a ride. First boundary of the afternoon, of the morning actually.
Do a whole lot more than it was maybe 20 years ago. Let's take a look there. Lovely shot,
Inside
up
out,
and over.
using the
That's
pace
a
of
good
the
looking
ball
shot
on
from
the
Saleh
off-stump.
Iqbal. No man in that region. Lovely shot from Saleh Iqbal. He's a class player. Goes up to 5 from 5. It's 11-for-1.
So
Ahmad Hassan.
aborts the run, and so has to reload and come again. Umpire Brian Kane, very polished, very precise in his signals.
Yes, Carl, I made a point that he'll be going up to Texas for some practice match with some of the visiting team and certainly with the U.S. squad.
And Sadiq Iqbal, he pulls this one into the onside. Doesn't look too comfortable then with the short pitch delivery, and does get a single to move the total up to 12. And so Sadiq himself, he goes up to 6, and so Len, at this point in time,
The one high for the over.
one would think that the Karachi Leopards will likely be peppering Sadiq Iqbal with some short pitch bowling. He
Away from
doesn't
you,
seem
tiny bit.
as comfortable as
Yes,
we've seen him in the past with the ball pitch short on this track that may be a little bit, may have a little bit of an uneven bounce. So we'll have to watch and see how things unfold for the rest of this match.
So Raymond Ramertan comes into strike, talented player, complete all-rounder. The leg spinner who can bat, or the batsman who can bowl leg spin, whichever way. This one is into the offside. A good slice on that one. And running upward towards the backwards point boundary. Goes away for 4.
So see an over-pitch delivery and just missing his length, and Ramertan making no mistake. Ball taking a thick outside edge and running past third man to close out the over. 10 from it, 16-for-1 with 2 gone.
आगे यार सिंगल पे कहा वहाँ थोड़ा इधर हुई अंपायर की तरफ साके इधर हो वहाँ भी इधर अंपायर के साथ आ मार इधर इधर थोड़ा सीधा.
So 16-for-1.
Then put it under the tent.
2 overs gone, who not in the air. Will come into bowl to Saleh Iqbal. Iqbal gets the ball, tucks it into the onside, and a bit of misfeeling. What should have been a dot ball ends up to be a single.
And again, Len, as we've said, it's likely that Sadiq Iqbal will see quite a bit of short pitch bowling. You'll see quite a bit of activity as delivery was again just back of a length. Didn't make as much height as we've seen, but he was equal to the task, just pulling the ball into the onside, and a misfield allows the batters to capitalize, pick up an extra run.
So Raymond Ramratan batting at number 3. Gets the ball that steers into the offside. It could come back, in fact, he'll come back for 2. Ramratan runs pretty quickly. There's a big appeal, and he's gone. So Raymond Ramratan coming back for the second run, and the scorecard will register 1 run, but he is gone, and it's 18 for 2.
A strong throw coming in from the deep, and Ramratan was running for all he was worth. There was a bit of a hesitation between Iqbal and Ramratan, and here we see it as they steered the ball away. Man giving chase down in the deep and made a strong throw, and Ray Ramratan has been unfortunately run out. The mishap here as second wicket falls. It's now 18 for 2.
Lefty same side. Lefty same side.
So 18 for 2. Raj Bafsar comes to the middle, so spot a bother here for Faisalabad King.
That's your leg.
They've lost Farouk, they've lost Ramratan, and out comes Raj Bafsar along with Saleh Iqbal, so a couple of big wickets here. And Hunan Munir and with ball in hand, so they'll be quite happy and pleased with the way things have gone, the Karachi Leopards. And the winner here, of course, will get a chance to play in the championship game that happens a little bit later on, but for now, it's semi-final time. Bafsar gets a quality delivery defense up to the offside, and there is no run.
So spot of bother, as you mentioned, for the Faisalabad Kings, as they have lost 2 wickets. Lost Umar Farouk to good bowling from Hunain Munir, and then saw Ramratan unfortunately dismissed by way of run out. That's the way that as a batter you don't want to go. As a short pitch delivery down the leg side. Wide is the indication from umpire Kumar. And so 1 more run added to the total here for Faisalabad.
So the umpires are Brian Kane, as we made mention, and umpire Kumar. That's his short name.
Saravana Kumar Venkatesen. And so easier for us then to just go with Kumar.
Yeah, quite a long name. Certainly, we see an umpire in the IPL. That's a pretty long name. Sick ball runs back.
Calm down here. Calm down.
So 19 for 2. They're 2 down. 19 on the board.
Pressure building here, Len. Pressure building on both batters.
Partnership love,
right now the current run rate is just about 7 and over, but the situation suggests that Faisalabad wants to get things moving much more quickly than things are at the moment.
Good running, good running.
Heavy outfield here at Marine Park, and suggestion here, Len, is perhaps a faster outfield would be more conducive to a bigger total being put on the board here. Final ball upcoming in over number 3.
So Saleh Iqbal along with Raj Bapsar and certainly the others to come. We'll have to play key roles here. So 3 gone, it's 20 for 2.
Long over.
Is going to go off. He's hurt his leg here sliding. 10-3-7. Give it captain You can leave it there if you like.
So Faisalabad Kings sent into bat. They've lost Omar Farouk, as you can see there. Omar Farouk and Ram Ratan, the
3 years of COVID rules.
batters out. They're going a 6.6 and over at the moment, so things are pretty good for the Karachi Leopards here. They've picked up 2.
Left arm round.
They've only conceded a run rate that has gone just
Batter,
about
change your
over 6
bowling.
runs
Left
on
arm.
overall, so
Coming around.
relative to
What's the
that,
name?
they'll be quite happy with the way things have gone.
Yes, Len, there's still 102 balls remaining, so still quite a ways to go. As new bowler being introduced here.
Bowler name.
Atif, look, I think it's Atif Mushtaq.
Atif.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
Imran Hasib.
Oh, Asib Emerald. Yeah, Asib Emerald, the new bowler. And so he strikes straight away. And with the first ball that he sends through, and Raj Bafsar playing all around one, and we'll see. Wait for the replay here, as and he did play on, pulled it right onto his stumps, and that's the end of Bafsar. He doesn't last long. And so Karachi Leopards in a strong position here. They've removed much of the top order here of the Faisalabad Kings.
Thank you. Great ball to start. You got him to play at, right?
He just stuck his bat out.
So Imran Raja comes to the middle. Faisalabad King, they're in some trouble here. 3 gone, very few on the board. We've seen the departure of Farouk. We've seen the departure of Ram Ratan, and now Raj Bafsar has made it to the hut. So Imran Raja comes to the middle. Salik Iqbal is still out in the middle.
And now then an even more important role now for Salik Iqbal. Have to look to stay there for as long as he can, and perhaps the team will likely have to bat around him, and so he may have to be the anchor man here for the Faisalabad Kings.
So the Pakistan Super League of USA during the 2nd year. Last year we know it was badly affected by the weather, but thankfully this year we've seen some very good cricket. So this one today happens to be one of the days in which we could see 3 exciting games. Sometimes, Carl, at the 20th match doesn't have to have a whole lot of runs for it to be exciting. This one could be a very close game regardless of what the Faisalabad Kings puts on the board.
Taken on the pad, a loud appeal. Umpire Brian Kane unmoved. In fact, Kumar is Brian Kane. It is, so let's look at the replay, see where he might have been struck on the front foot early. And Imrul on his knees asking for the response. So it's 20 for 3. 20 for 3 the total here. We're in over number 4.
Yeah, this has been tidy stuff from all the bowlers so far. Imran Hashib
Yet to concede a run, then Asib off to a really good start. And again, Len, we see another delivery keeping low. So again, uneven bounce on the surface, which has caused the batsman to be somewhat tentative. This time looking to work this one through the onside again. No chance to score. So hammerlock being applied here by Hasib Imrul.
So Imrul Hashib, Carl or Hashib Imrul. Always we can put them front, put them back, but he would also just returned from Virginia, being part of the Cavaliers 22 yards team.
So one of the individuals racking up some 95 mileage. And maiden wicket over here for Hasib to start. And so a brilliant over comes to a conclusion, as he did pick up the wicket of Raj Bafsar in the over. And so 4 gone. Faisalabad Kings having been sent in. They're 20 for 3.
Partnership, love, partnership.
बॉलर नेम जीशान साकिब मेरे भाई फील्ड पे जान मार
शीशान नंबर 6 शीशान
हासिब अच्छा तू बाहर ही साकिब भाई अंदर आ जाओ
बस अब बॉलर चेंज करनी राइट आर्म मोटिव
ड्राइव पे हसीब
शीशान
चल तू उधर है मैं सिंगल पे आता हूं उधर है माद आगे आगे
So we're back with the cricket 20 for 3. Good showing.
It's on.
So good showing here from the Karachi Leopards. Cricket continues, and Carl, what we have seen so far on the wicket, it tends to keep a little bit low. So batsmen will have to get adjusted. I'm pretty sure they would have played on these surfaces during the course of the last 4 days.
But
so getting used and getting acclimatized to what is out in the middle today will have to be something that the batters will have to really get adjusted to.
Yes, Len, and we've seen batters make the adjustment, but it may not be as easy. Again, they'll have to just see how the surface continues to play. Make the adjustment. We've seen batters sometimes just move about the crease, sometimes take a little bit of a move forward from the tapping crease to kind of get closer to the delivery, and so we'll have to see how things progress here. But we're into over number 5, and Sadiq Iqbal, the man on strike, he's on 7, and has had a tough time of it here.
So the Pakistan Super League of the USA this year, Carl, has included overseas players in their rosters, and we'll talk about that as Iqbal gets another quality delivery here. So the bowling is tight. The scorecard doesn't look too pleasing here for Faisalabad Kings, but they'll have to bat and bat deep.
They still have a long way to go, Len. 15 overs after this one, so still a good ways to go. They have batting. The depth of the batting for Faisalabad Kings goes all the way down to as far as number 9 even. And so still quite a bit on offer to put a good total on the board, a competitive total.
So the Faisalabad Kings will be utilizing the services of Jesse Singh, Raj Bafsar and Raymond Ramartan as their overseas pick. And Dilbagh Singh, I did see out in the middle. He was feeling not too far from the come box. He's probably one of the overseas player.
And Gaurav Grover. Also one of the individuals expected to make a big contribution here to Faisalabad Kings.
Yeah, Gaurav has been among the runs as we watch Zishan, ball outside, the signal wide. And we've seen many times, this is a distraction to the umpire. But umpire Kumar is quite pleased that has gone for a while. We'll take a look at that.
They were sure that the ball would have played. And let's see if they have, in fact, not sure what would have happened there.
Looks pretty wide. Because we've seen so many times, and nothing wrong with that. Cricketers will have to play the umpire sometimes. And sometimes the appeal is really to distract the umpire that I've bowled a wide.
If only we could go upstairs, Len, to check the ultra edge, see if if anything could have happened there.
So Zishan Ahmed, very quality bowling so far. Ball defended here by Imran Raja, can't score. 22 for 3.
So slow sledding at the moment for Faisalabad Kings. Their going rate has fallen under 5 and over now. And so Karachi Leopards looking to express themselves, stamp their superiority here and take control of this one. The bowlers now on top.
It's a big appeal. Umpire Kumar says not out, and that completes over number 5. So things are pretty bleak here for the Faisalabad Kings so far. They're batting at 22 for 3, 5 overs gone.
So we see the bowling figures here so far. Hunain Munir, 1 for 10 from 2. Hamad Hassan, none for 10.
Guys, let's pick it up here, please. We're already more than 8 minutes behind.
1 for
okay?
1,
Let's try and pick it up
and then none for 2 for Zishan Ahmed. So fall of wickets at 1 at 6, 18, and 20.
Same ball in here.
Some
Left arm,
brilliant sunshine
coming around.
here at Marine Park in Brooklyn. A couple of games going on. We're watching the Faisalabad King, Karachi Leopards here, and then the other semi-final is a Gujranwala Wolves, and they're taking on Lahore Bacha. So Imran Hashib continues. He starts with a dot ball. Sadiq Iqbal remains out in the middle. 3 down for 22.
And they have struggled to get Imrul away. He has been very, very spot on with his bowling. As we've said, has found a spot on the wicket and has hit it consistently.
And Imrul will be going up to minor league. He's also going up, I think, to Somerset Cavaliers. I think this is the second season he'll be going up there. So quite a few players, and we'll be looking forward for the minor league series that begins at the end of June.
This one again defended. So not only as Imrul Hashib kept things very quiet, but he's also testing the mettle of the batsman, seeing how patient they can be. And again, we see that uneven bounce on a length, a good length. The ball just pitching and kicking off the surface. So he continues to exploit the conditions here against Faisalabad.
So 86 balls still to be bowled, a long way to go in context of what has happened here. Sadiq Iqbal is all intent that he's not going to give his wicket away. We've seen some tidy bowling from Imrul. So far, Carl, I thought he would have maiden in the previous one.
He did. His first over was a maiden, and then he came back and has been quite effective. In fact, two maidens in a row now for Hasib Imrul, and he has also picked up a wicket. So 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket, no run.
End of power play, gentlemen. End of power play. End of power play. End of power play.
There he is on screen, being congratulated as we see the signal for the end of the power play from umpire Kumar. So 22 on the board. Not as enterprising a start as Faisalabad would have been hoping for. They're going at under 4 runs and over, 3.7 to be precise. And so still with 14 overs. With 14 overs remaining here, or 84 balls, we'll have to see how they look to grow from this position. Len, how do they progress from here to put a competitive total on the board? So a heavy outfield, so that will factor into it, and so they may have to look to go the aerial route at some point, and whether or not Salik Iqbal will look to go upstairs. Sooner or later, they'll have to get a beat on. This one played up into the offside for a single. So once the ball is not crossing the boundaries with any regularity, Len, you'd have to think Karachi Leopards would fancy their chances.
Yes, Carl. Salik Iqbal and Imran Raja has done some good here. The job is a twofold job. One is to probably not to lose a wicket. And then the other job, this is a T20 game. This is a limited over game where balls are limited. So you've got to get on with it. They're going at just at 3, not even 4 runs and over. So they have done one part well, and that is not to lose another wicket. But at some point they'll have to decide and keep an eye on the scoring rate. And right now it's pretty on the 4.
Bowlers on top for the moment. Bowlers on top, and when bowlers are on top, you have to give yourself, back yourselves to complete the task at hand. And of course, the Karachi Leopards won the toss earlier and straight away inserted Faisalabad, and they have so far proving to be the right decision, at least at this juncture. And now at some point Faisalabad will have to look to reverse the that trend and hopefully reposition themselves to get on top of this quality bowling effort so far.
Yes, Carl, and they'll be quite pleased. We haven't seen a boundary in a long time. In fact, the innings so far has only considered 3 boundaries. One off Umar Farouk's bat, one off Ram Ratan, and also one from Salik Iqbal. So relative to that, we haven't seen boundaries at all.
Yeah.
It's been a very tight lid on the scoring so far.
Yes, Len, the last boundary was in over number 2. Again, no chance to score. So hammerlock still being applied here by Imrul Hasib and Zishan Ahmed. And Hasib was bowled 2 maiden overs on the trot, which is quite unusual as it is for T20 cricket. And he's been well backed up by Zishan Ahmed, who has conceded just 4 runs. And this time this is hit well into the onside. This could be the first maximum, and it is. First maximum of the innings comes off the blade of Imran Raja. He goes upstairs, a big strike.
Yeah, commentators, of course, we were just discussing we haven't seen a boundary in a long time, so maybe we'll have to keep saying that. Faisalabad King with a good-looking shot, ball sliding down the leg side. Imran Raja and a big shot towards the square leg area. Ball gone for 630 for 3.
Hey guys, let's do this.
Effortless looking strike in the end. And 7 overs completed here. Still a long way to go, but just 4.3 runs and over the current going rate. As you can see on screen, 4.29.
I know it's hot.
Not exactly the start that Faisalabad would have wanted, but at some stage you have to, as they say, use lemons to make lemonade. So they have to make the best of a tough situation here.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And kudos to the bowling effort from Karachi Leopards. They've been particularly good, particularly
Thank you.
Imrul Hasib, who has yet to concede a run while picking up the very important wicket of Raj Bafsar in the process. So very good bowling effort by the Karachi Leopards through 7 overs.
So Hamad Hassan will continue. He's bowled well. In fact, his first over would have gone for 10. So out of all the bowlers, he has conceded the most, but still, in a general sense, run rate just over 4. So he starts by giving up a single. Salik Iqbal brings Imran Raja back onto strike. We saw not too long ago the first 6 of the match was struck by Imran Raja. It's a very hot and humid area here in Marine Park in Brooklyn. It's hammered ball outside the off stump, a play and a miss. Ball goes through to the keeper. Batsman suggesting that the ball is too wide, but Brian Kane certainly not convinced.
Yes, Len just walked across. It looked a little bit of a little bit touch and go there, and Kane was walking across as if he was going to extend the arm, perhaps just trying to see the line, and deciding in the end against calling a wide there. It was, another single taken. So right now, batters are just going at individual singles as we see the delivery here wide outside the off stump, running across the batter. Played into the offside, sharply taken, and in the end they just get there ahead of the throw, but was under duress. Batter under duress. Imran Raja running towards the danger end.
It's a slow progress here by Faisalabad Kings, but Carl, you get the feeling that whatever is made here is going to be quite crucial. We've seen a wicket that perhaps not too trusted. We've seen balls keeping a fraction low,
and an unusually circumspect Faisalabad team as well, and they're usually very aggressive even in spite of wickets falling around them. They usually go on the attack. I think they're taking a different tactical approach in this innings, as they've looked to be much more watchful, much more defensive, looking to build partnerships. And this partnership now 14 between these two, and so just looking to start somewhere. And final ball of the over, just 4 runs coming from it, and so a productive over from a Karachi Leopards standpoint, as they continue to be very, very economical in the bowling department, and so the over comes to an end. 8 gone. It's 34 for the loss of 3 wickets, and we see the big over there in over number 2 in the skyline chart. And over number 2, over number 7, the bigger of the over so far. Otherwise, it's been all Karachi Leopards as the bowlers have come to the party here against Faisalabad Kings.
There's a bowler change coming right arm over.
Hey, Ahmad, टोपी दे टोपी उधर उधर वो सर में बैठ तो ये सेट करते हैं ahmad अगला कर नहीं एक और फौरन इधर इधर अंदर अंदर उधर चला I just said टोपी टोपी ओके ओए एक सेकंड सर में वो पीछे दोनों ये सेट करो इधर कर इधर अंदर आओ that's your leg और ahmad को पीछे नहीं करना नहीं पीछे नहीं जाएगा वो एज लग गया ना उसे ओके
Big shot up and over, gone the distance, and so Sarmad introduced into the attack, and the first ball he serves up has been smashed out of the ground, and so now could this be the opportunity that the Faisalabad Kings were waiting for? Big shot, Len, to start.
Yeah,
over number 9.
Khan, he's a quality spinner, but been taken out of the playing area. Good looking shot here from Imran Raja.
And perhaps ball that might have been wide and brought back into play by Imran Raja. Salik Iqbal comes back onto strike. He's on 11. He's faced 22 balls so far, and the ball keeping low. Again, the uneven bounce coming into play. And ball just not coming off the surface. Batsmen are unsure of what will happen from delivery to delivery. this time flighted in the air, and it's hit well and gone the distance. Another maximum. And so big strike from Sally Kickball.
So that brings up to 50. In fact, no, 47 for 3. But let's take a look. Oh, there we go. Full toss advancing down the track is Sally Kickball. No need to worry about the pitch. And the ball is full. It's a good looking shot from Sally Kickball.
Well, had to come down the track lane, used his feet quite well to convert the delivery into a firm full toss. Smashed it away. Ooh, not a good delivery outside the off stump. And Salik was reaching, trying to get to the pitch. Played all around it. Bales was taken off in a flash. As we see the delivery, quality delivery. And Sarmad for a moment thought he had his man.
So Sarmad Khan, bowling action and run up like Abdul Qadir. Remember him? Abdul Qadir, top leg spinner when he played for Pakistan back in the 80s. Coming to bowl to Saleh Iqbal. Saleh Iqbal is leading a fight. Oh, comes down the track. That's a commanding shot. Comes down the track, dances to the ball, and takes it straight down the ground. Brings up the 50, 53 for 3. That's a good looking shot from Saleh Iqbal. He's fighting back.
And that's the quality of Sally Kickball, using his feet well to get to the delivery, and got it cleanly, hit it firmly up and over, and that moves the Faisalabad Kings past the 50 mark. That's the first landmark. Len in T20 cricket, you want to get to 50 as quickly as you're able. Usually you try to get there within the power play. You weren't able to do so on this occasion. In fact, they only scored 22 from the power play. As we see the worm showing the uptick in overs number 8 and over number 9, as the worm sort of inched higher. So we're seeing some bit of progression here from Faisalabad Kings as they look to get a beat on. 53 for 3, the total on the board after 9 overs.
Yes. Yes, 9
so
overs done.
Imrola will continue. And the big question is, when will this man give up his first run? He hasn't done so in 12 balls. Here we go. Ball going down the leg side, taking on the pad.
Not out.
And one of the things, Carl, you'll know with Karachi Leopards, they're a big appealing team. They've made up their mind. They're going to go loud.
13 deliveries then without conceding a run.
So Hashib waiting for, and that's the first run. So the man has given up his first runs in 14 balls. Still good bowling, but a couple of good runs here from Imran Raja, and it's 55 for 3.
And so Raja now looking to get things moving here. He has gone 18 from 19, and so just going about run a ball. Need to get that strike rate a bit higher. This time he will do so with a plume. Goes upstairs, a big strike. It's gone the distance. And so another maximum here. And now Faisalabad Kings looking to pick things up.
Yes, Carl, sometimes we've seen it so many times. It's not how you start, but the main thing is how you end up. We've seen a partnership of 41 forming. It has been forming for some time. And we'll pick up a little bit more details on that. But a big strike here from Imran Raja. He has shown us the ability that he can hit the ball. The question is, he's been very tepid so far, and probably not trusting the pitch. But once he can sort that out, I'm pretty sure he can strike the ball and strike it hard. 41-run partnership.
And from 38 balls then, and in there were 2 maiden overs. So the Faisalabad Kings is looking to catch up now at the back end of the partnership, and they have certainly turned it on in these last 2-3 overs.
So Imral Hashib took 14 balls to concede runs. Confident shot kept low, Imran Raja.
And the question The question is then, where could that have been? Where could that ball be going? Batsman just stepping forward as we see the replay here. May have been angling down the leg side, so perhaps a good call from that angle. He pulls this one into backward square. This one has gone for a boundary, and umpire Brian Kane gives the confirmation. That's 4 more runs to Raja, moves him up to 28 total. Moving along here for Faisalabad.
Good looking strike from Imran Raja in this over. A 6 and a 4, 2 boundary shots. He looks very confident when he's in the attacking mode, but he has had to be a little patient today. Doesn't get the elevation, could keep strike. Yeah, that's the end of over number 10. And at the halfway stage, Faisalabad King haven't been sending their 3 down for 66.
And 13 conceded in that particular over, so they've to get a beat on, as we've said, Len. We saw a big over in over number 2, and then we saw over number 9 and over 10 also among those taller buildings in the skyscraper. As we see Raja here, 29 off 23, Iqbal 23 off 26, and we saw the Faisalabad Kings as they've inched their way to 66 for 3, as Karachi Leopards won the toss, elected to bowl here on Championship Day in the PSL of USA tournament. Coming to you live from Marine Park.
Hamad.
So Memorial Day, Carl, as the American flag flying proudly, or a little bit thing, that's the Pac American flag.
Yes, Len, used as to mark the boundaries here at Marine Park. And so we see one of those flags here being shown to our viewers. And so again, if you've just joined us, welcome viewers all around the US and globally. We're watching the PSL of USA Championship Tournament being played here in Marine Park, Brooklyn, USA. And we're at the semi-final stage of the proceedings. 2 semi-finals underway, and so you're watching semi-final number 1 between the Faisalabad Kings and Karachi Leopards. And the news is that Karachi Leopards won the toss earlier and have elected to have a bowl. So Hamad Hassan will continue. Ball outside the off stump, and the score remains unchanged. Hassan so far 2 overs, none for 14 coming into this.
So Lahore Badshaw is the defending champ of this second year tournament. So we'll have to wait and see. They are in their semi-final game, so they're playing Wolves. Good Trundwala Wolves over on the other pitch. Hassan with the ball outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. But by now, Carl, with a 46-run partnership, both batsmen has been out there for some time. They probably should have picked up the bounce and certainly the pace of the pitch by now.
Yes, then we could say that. But when the bounce is uneven, sometimes no matter what, when a ball pitches on a length and just stays on the surface, not much a batsman can do in those situations. Big hit, up and over, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between these two. Len, a brilliant strike off the blade of Imran Raja. He's on the go, and he pushes the total up to 72.
Yeah, look at that. Quality shot up. It's gone over. It's gone for a maximum. That's a good strike from Imran Raja. He has struck his 4th 6 now. Quality play so far.
So 72. They're coming back into this one. Looking to go again. This time slower delivery, a little bit of pace off from Ahmad. And so we've seen just the one scoring shot in this over so far. But the asking rate, in fact, the current run rate has moved up from under 4, which we'd seen just 2-3 overs ago. This one hit in the air towards long on, and around comes Sarmad and keeps the batters to just 1. And so that will move the total along. 73 then for the loss of 3 wickets. And the batsman out, Umar Farouk for 5, Raymond Ranmartan also for 5, and Raj Bashar for 1. Wickets falling at 6, 18 and 20.
So 55 balls still to be bowled. Salek Iqbal remains on 23, and that's the end of 11, 73 for 3.
So 7 runs off the over. And Imran Raja and Salek Iqbal have done well here. Partnership of 53 from 47 balls. You see Imran's contribution 36, 16 from Salek. So Salek has been a good partner here. Just looking to rotate the strike, keep things moving with a very productive partnership of 53 off 47.
New bowler Saqib. Right arm Saqib. Guys, batters, come on. Come on. The water comes to here. Sada, give a minute or 2 for this extra water break, okay? No, I'm good, thank you. 11 gone.
So a big partnership here.
How you coming, Saqib?
Let's
Right
take a
on?
look at Karachi Leopards. Their bowling looked respectable at one point, but we're beginning to see things have gone differently now, and we've seen a big partnership here of 53 from Imran Raja.
Change your ball in
Salek
here.
Iqbal.
Right
In
arm
the case of
coming over.
Salek Iqbal, he's been there from the start, and he's stuck around. They say the only place to make runs is when you're out in the middle. Salek Iqbal has certainly lived by that creed. Big swing and a miss here as new bowler being employed.
Yes, then Saqib Imran comes into the attack. And so Saqib being called upon here to continue the good work done by... Oh, takes him out. So he strikes with a second ball in his spell. Saqib removes the dangerous Imran Raja, who was looking to get a move on. And so now the total 73 for 4.
Yeah, ball on the stumps. Imran Raja after the break, looking to get on with it. This one on the off stump. Good delivery here from Saqib. Look at that. Oh, he takes the leg stump out. And so another wicket goes down, but a big partnership comes to an end. And Imran Raja, perhaps Carl, he has done his part. Is 73 for 4.
Yes, Len, a very excited response from Saqib Imran. Was pumped, enthusiastic celebration as he removes a dangerous Imran Raja. And Raja comes back for 36 off 30 balls. And he struck 4 sixes and 1 4, 120 strike rate. So he gets the applause from the Players Pavilion as Bilal Ahmed walks to the middle. And so Bilal will join Salek Iqbal, who has been there from the very outset. So Salek has been looking for a good partnership here. 73 for 4 in over number 12.
Let's try not to just walk right
So
across
big
the
fight
pitch,
back
guys.
here. The
Try and
resistance
preserve it for
comes
the day,
to an end.
please.
It comes to an end from a strike from Saqib
yes.
Imran.
You go, Bola.
As Bilal Ahmed walks to the middle, very quality player. He will join Salek Iqbal, who's been there from the start.
Leg.
And still stuck around long enough
Away from you.
73 for 4 in the 12th over.
Middle.
Sorry.
Right arm bowling, coming over.
Bye. Hasib. आतिफ आ गया शर्मा मेरे नाल हनी मेरे नाल
So Sakib Imran, second ball wicket. The over has gone pretty well for him so far. Bilal comes out driving, good looking shot, can't score. So we've got 51 balls still to be bowled. Cars still a long way to go. They're going at 6.4, but they've lost 4.
Yes, Len, we've seen wickets fall at regular intervals. This one just out of the reach of short mid wicket, so he's up and running is Bilal. And again, we've seen ebbs and flows in this match, Len, and in the first 4 or 5 overs the bowlers are on top, and then Faisalabad came back into the proceedings in the last 2 or 3 overs prior to this one. But now we've seen Sakib Imran, since he's been introduced, has come to the party, picked up a wicket with his very second delivery, and has kept things very tight in this particular over. Only 1 run conceded so far.
So Salek Iqbal playing more of an anchor role. Wide is the signal. But I'm pretty sure that he would have helped the cause here of the Faisalabad Kings. He has held up one side of the bargain. Now we'll have to wait and see from the likes of Bilal Ahmed and the others to come what will be their final total. Could get a couple of runs here. Good looking shot from Salek Iqbal running up towards the backward point area. They come back for 2. Salek Iqbal goes up to 25. We're in the 12th over.
So still a good over from a Karachi Leopards standpoint. They was a successful over, only 4 runs conceded. And so at this juncture, Faisalabad going at 6.4 runs per over. So which would put them on course for a total somewhere in the range of about 120, 125. Not sure if that would be par on the surface, and we can see that the outfield is heavy, but for batters who are content to go the aerial route, the boundaries are fairly short, so batters will be able to find the boundaries if they opt to go aerial. And so Faisalabad will have to continue to think perhaps in the range of 140, 150. To give their bowlers a really good target to bowl at, a competitive target to bowl at. And so 48 balls or 8 overs remain here in this semi-final.
So Zishan Ahmed comes back into the attack. Zishan would have played in the exhibition series for the Empire State Titans a couple of years ago. He's a quality seamer. He's gone for 10 in a couple of overs, so he comes in to bowl to Bilal Ahmed. He starts well with a dot ball.
So steady as she goes, says the Karachi Leopards bowlers. Zishan Ahmed would have bowled 2 overs, none for 10 coming into this one. And again, just wavering the line a bit, Len. We've seen the bowlers use the pitch to their advantage. They recognize that the pitch has had some uneven bounce, and so they've pulled their length back when it's been required. And again, we see a delivery here that's keeping a tad bit low based on where it had been pitched. And so single taken moves Bilal along. He goes up to 2, and it brings Salek Iqbal back onto strike. Salek has been there from the very start.
So the Faisalabad Kings would have won two of their matches, one against Multan Sultan and the other one Rawalpindi Express. They would have lost to the Lahore Badshahs. Karachi Leopards would have lost to Islamabad Tigers. And a win against... Oh, this one is played into the onside. Good looking shot here from Salek Iqbal. And it's gone for 4. So Salek Iqbal for a good pull through the onside. He picks up another boundary, 82 for 4.
And so quality stroke indeed, as we'll see it here as it's pulled into the onside. And just dissecting the gap there between deep backward square and straight mid wicket. And so Salik pushes up close to 30 here.
So a couple of wins for the Karachi Leopards. That would have been against Gujranwala Wolves and also Quetta Lions. So 13 gone, 82 for 4.
So we see the boundary here upcoming as it was short back of a length and smashed away by Bilal Ahmed, a ferocious, by Salik Iqbal, a ferocious pull through the onside and just splitting the fielders in the deep. So Bilal, rather Salik Iqbal, has been very steady, 29 off 32, so he is really tried to be the anchor point for this Faisalabad innings, has ushered several partnerships. The most productive was the partnership between he and Imran Raja, a partnership of 53 that came off just 49 balls. Also participated in a partnership, a minor one, modest, with he and Ray Ramerton. Otherwise, partnerships have been there have been no other partnership that's gone into double figures, and so it's been a struggle for the Faisalabad Kings as they look to set a competitive total here. 13 overs gone, and now it's Saqib. Saqib, his first over cost him 4 runs. Did pick up the important wicket of Imran Raja in the process. This one is whipped away into the onside. Protection at deep backward square. So just a single then till Bilal takes him up to 3.
So we've got 41 balls still to be bowled. One of 2 semi-final, the other semi-final. We're seeing Lahore Badshahs taking on the Wolves. This one, Faisalabad King and Karachi Leopards locked into a battle here with the news. Faisalabad Kings just sent into bat. You look on your scorecard there, it's 83 for 4.
Yes, Len. Still 40 balls remaining. Ooh! Climbed all over that one and smashes it away. Gone the distance. Another maximum. And so Bilal, in fact, Salik Iqbal now looking to take charge.
Yeah, that's a big shot from Salek Iqbal. He's beginning to adjust to the conditions of the pitch. One of the things, he has a very low crouch. That what is probably required. Take a look at this. Picked it up well and hammered it into the onside. He knows you're not going to get runs for your value here playing on the surface, so he's taking this one out of the park. Lovely swivel and a lovely shot.
Oh, in the air. Who is there? Man doesn't take it. And that's a bad miss.
Yeah, badly judged by the man out in the deep. He had a long time to settle on that one. Made a mess out of it.
1 second.
Salek Iqbal comes back for a couple of runs. So 91. 91 for 4. Take a look at that if you can pick up the fielder.
Fielder number 72. Not sure. I think it could be Atif Mushtaq. He might have been one of the individuals that was late to arrive at the ground.
Mohammed Habib might have been the fielder. He had a long time to settle onto that one, but
oh yeah.
At times, Carl, in cricket, nothing is simple. and that includes catch.
Yeah, it's a bad miss. And Salik Iqbal was the man who gave the chance. He was on 35 at the time. And this time he makes them pay. And this is usually what happens in cricket land. You give a batsman a chance, he comes right back, and this time makes no mistake, takes this one out of the ground, and no chance to the fielder there.
Yeah, this is going to be a game changer. Game changer has showed up to Marine Park. He comes in the person of Salik Iqbal, and certainly helped by Habib Mohammed, who probably would have put him down. Look at that. Into the onside. All power, all timing, all class. Salik Iqbal on the go here at Marine Park. It's 97 for 4.
Sarmat. What's the bowler change coming right up?
So we're back with the cricket. 14 overs gone. You can see that on your screen. Look at that. Bilal on 3. Salik Iqbal on 43. If he gets to a 50, it will be a very important one of quality. Ball cut into the offside, can't score. Sarmat Khan comes back into the attack. And we made the point, Carl, if you've ever seen Abdul Qadir bowl, well, take a look of a resemblance of the action.
Yes, Len, a quality spinner. Very productive. Uses variation quite well. So a lot of experience, a veteran spinner, a veteran campaigner, and so definitely knows how to keep things on a tight leash when batsmen are looking to cut loose.
So ball cut into the offside. So this year the PSL of USA has included overseas players, six on the rosters, and 4 will play in any particular match. Today we're seeing Jesse Singh, Raj Bhavsar, Gaurav Grover, and Raymond Ramartan, their overseas pick. This one, umpire Kumar taking evasive action, another single here to Salik Iqbal.
So the total pushes up to 99, so one shy of crossing the 3-figure mark. And can they get here? This one will push the total up to 100. And so 100 comes up in over number 15. One ball remaining in the 15th over.
Yeah, they'll be quite happy that Salik Iqbal has been there from the start. From run number 1 to run number 100, he's still out in the middle. And he's batted well. He's given a chance, but all that is part of cricket. Here is Sarmat Khan. Up into the offside. Hasn't given man a chance. He's taking the catch. Well judged running catch from the fielder. And the resistance from Salik Iqbal comes to an end. But he has played his part, Carl. And on the verge of 100 for 4. They're now 100 and they're 100 for 5.
Really a well-judged catch. Len had to take it over his shoulder, running back, and made no mistake in the end. Comfortably taken when all is said and done. So well-judged catch, well taken, and so that's the end of Salik Iqbal.
So he went for the uppercut towards the offside. And you can analyze the shot played by Salik Iqbal, but it was all in the catch. It was all in the catch.
And he was looking to go up and over the offside. Just didn't time it as well as he would have liked. Had to reach for the ball in the end. And the reach allowed him to get under it, skied it. And
That's the over as well, so next ball.
the running back made no mistake. Number 31 took the catch there, running backwards.
So Jesse Singh comes to the middle. U.S. national player known around the world for his fast bowling ability.
Yes, leg.
And he comes in here with 30 balls remaining, so 15 overs gone. Jesse Singh will give the ball a tap.
Away a little bit.
Well, more
Perfect,
importantly, a couple of new players out in the middle. Bilal, he's only been there for 10 balls so far.
Left arm coming around to you.
So it appears Imrul Hashib has come back into the attack. He has bowled well, Imrul. And now will come into bowl to Jesse Singh, overseas player.
And Jesse Singh is much more than a fast bowler, Len. He's a very good all-rounder. Can strike the ball quite well, clean strike of the ball. Again, this surface not necessarily conducive for shot players because of the uneven bounce, but if he does latch on to one or two, he can hit them a long way. And he comes in at a crucial point here. The death overs for Faisalabad Kings were inside 5 remaining.
So speaking of overseas players, ball cut away, running up towards the third man area. Will come back for a couple of runs. So 2 runs off the bat of Bilal. We're just coming back to the overseas element in this tournament. Imrul Hashib is 1.
So Hasib has bowled 3 overs, 2 maiden, 1 for 14. He's taking a wicket here. Playing all around the ball, that's keeping low. And again on a surface with uneven bounce, hard to swing across the line of these deliveries. Played all on top of it, loses his middle stump, and so Bilal has to go. Hasib picks up his 3rd wicket, and it's now 103 for 6. So we'll take a look at the delivery from Hasib. Pitch on middle stump, keeping low. And Bilal swinging across the line of the delivery. All on top of it, ball keeping low. And knocking the middle stump out of the ground. So new batsman strides to the middle. Outside Grover. We'll walk out to the middle here.
You're good, man. You came this morning from DC? You're in demand. Can't be bad.
So Gaurav Grover comes out to the middle. It's 103 for 6. And after a big partnership between Salek Iqbal and a couple of the players, Imran Raja, 53-run partnership. We're beginning to see a couple of wickets, clusters of at least 2 wickets. Bilal falling shortly, and one other batsman, in fact, Salek Iqbal.
A little bit. Yes, leg.
So as we take a look at the scorecard here, you see Umar Farouk. He went for 5. Salek Iqbal went for 44. Raymond Ramratan. He went for 5. Bafsar went for 1. Imran Raja 36. Bilal Ahmed, last man out. He was out for 7.
So Gaurav Grover, another overseas pick. Lofted into the offside. We'll get a single, gets off the mark. Ball in the air, but well away from any other fielder. And that brings the score up to what? 104 in the 16th over. So they've got 26 balls to go. And you can do some counting there, Carl. Around the ball will give them 130.
Yes, Len, that's the projection. So either they'll have to look for at least run a ball, or we'll have to look to attack these boundaries. Only 4 wickets in hand, though, so they'll have to be careful. Taken on the pad, and he's been given. Again, ball keeping low. And so Hasib strikes once again, 2nd time in this particular over, picks up his 4th wicket here, Len. And we'll see the wicket moment, the replay momentarily, And here it comes as ball pitched. Oh, dead on the back foot. He is on the back foot there, just on one leg in front of leg stump. And umpire Brian Kane had no choice. Or in fact, it's umpire Kumar, I think it may have been.
So another wicket goes down. It's 104 for 7. Jesse Singh is gone. A couple of strikes here from Imran Hashib. He continues to bowl well now. We saw him bowl many dot balls, but he's picked up 2 in this over. And at the moment he's bowling at 3 for 17. So another wicket goes down. It's 104 for 7.
Go guys, batters are here. Let's find our spots, please. One more.
So at 104 for 7. What else can the Faisalabad Kings do here to sort of salvage a competitive total? That would be the question with 3 wickets remaining. We've seen just the unevenness of the bounce has really set them back.
Not that far.
And we saw
Yes, middle.
chance was given to Sadiq Iqbal, who was the high scorer, the top scorer so far. He was given a life on 35. Wasn't able to capitalize much on it. Added 9 runs subsequently. But aside from the that one significant chance, the Karachi Leopards have really shown up to the party here. They've bowled well. They've fielded well for the most part, and have done quite well to restrict this very powerful batting team of the Faisalabad Kings.
So Adil now, Shawan comes to the middle, a couple of left-handers out in the middle. And that completes over number 16, so 16 gone. They're batting at 104 for 7, 24 balls still to be bowled.
And another brilliant over from Asib Imrol. 2 wickets in the over, only conceded 4 runs, and his spell comes to an end. Then he bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17, 3 for 17 from 4 overs, and so brilliant bit of bowling from Imrol Hasib as he has restricted the Faisalabad Kings to 104 for 7 with 4 overs remaining.
How many overs done? 16 done. 16. Let's go. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Confidence. Asif, please go straight. ये ऊपर रखना. Yes, right up over.
Punain. Bowler Punain. But the bowler change coming right now.
कौन सी बाउंड्री? अच्छा इधर आ सीधा सीधा थोड़ा. Good luck आगल.
So Munir comes back into the attack. First spell would have gone with a couple of overs, and he starts with a wide ball going down the leg side. Umpire Kumar comes out of Rhode Island, signals a wide. And so second spell here for Hunan Munir. 2 overs, no made, none for 1 for 10 coming into this over. He's bowled a wide. And we're down to the last 29 balls, in fact the last 30 balls here. A big swing and a miss here from Gaurav, and now the keeper has missed also. So 1 by will be added to the scorecard. So Carl, we're down to the last in the 20s. And what score will Faisalabad Kings post? We'll never know, but they're out with 2 relatively new batters out in the middle.
Just 23 balls remaining in the innings for Faisalabad Kings. They were inserted early. So ball turned into the onside for a single. And with 22 balls remaining in the innings here for Faisalabad Kings, they were inserted earlier this morning by Karachi Leopards. And they're going at just about 6.55 per over. You see it on screen there. And ooh, ball making some bit of height off the surface, and again we see the unevenness of the bounce as the replay comes up here, and we see just a delivery just back of a length and swing out of the way as Grover and just swing away, watching it carry through. 21 balls to go. Projected total just about 125, and Faisalabad Kings have to look to see how much, if they can go beyond 125, and if so, how much more can they get pushed up into the offside. And this time they will scamper through and complete the single. So 20 balls to go, and Hunain Munir has been one of the bowlers that has contributed to the strong position that Karachi Leopards finds themselves. Has bowled, has conceded just 13 runs. In fact, make that 14 now to this juncture, with one ball remaining in his third over. And so 1 for 14 off 2.5. Not a bad day at the office for the captain.
Yes, Carl, it's one of these wickets that will be better off batting first, and whatever is posted on the board becomes a bit of a scoreboard pressure and a chance to utilize how the wicket is playing.
One ball, swing and a miss, and so that completes the over. Just 5 runs from it. And so it's 109 for 7 with 18 balls remaining here. Faisalabad Kings having been inserted by the Karachi Leopards.
Bolo Sarmad. Sarmad. All right, bats. Let's keep it moving here, guys. Right arm coming over.
So Sarmad comes back into the attack. 1 for 22 from his 2 so far, and he's almost chopping one on here. There you go. They start for a run, and in fact they back up in the end. And a bit of miscommunication between Grover and Naushawan, and Adil dropping the bat in the process and just leaving the bat there.
Warned your team twice for using saliva on the ball. Next
in
time,
the end, he does get back
Okay?
safely. That's the important thing. 17 balls remaining. 109 for 7. Faisalabad won the toss. In fact, were inserted by Karachi, who won the toss. This one is in play. Man comes around, cannot take the catch. And the batter is cross for 1. So ball in the air for a long time. Dilbag Singh coming around, had all day long to try to pull it in. Wasn't able to complete the catch. And so a life given to Naushawan. He moves up to 3, total up to 110.
So fight back here from the lower order. The 2 left-handers out in the middle. Still got 16 balls to go. Sarmad Khan. Oh, he comes down the track, hammers this one out of the playing area by a long way. And there's no doubt about that one. That one has gone for a maximum. Big strike there from Gaurav.
And a big strike indeed. Yeah, used his feet quite well to get to the pitch. And that's what you have to do on a surface playing with uneven bounces. Get as close to the ball as you can. And he used his feet well, got there and smashed it over deep mid-wicket gone for a maximum. This time ball is again keeping low, and that's why, Len, it's hard to play on the back foot here with the surface playing so unevenly. You can't afford as a batter to be on the back foot. We've seen batters get in trouble being on the back foot, and Grover escapes there.
It's 116. It appears 140, 150 is going to be very good score on conditions here.
May even 130 may even be a good score. He comes down the track and uses his feet well, and this one will go the distance. Another maximum, and that takes him up to 14 and the total up to 122 with 13 balls remaining. And Gaurav Grover looking to have a go.
Yeah, coming down the track, getting to the pitch of the ball and striking it well. That's a good shot.
And now he's gone.
There we go. He runs past one. And so a bit of minor triumph here for Samad Khan. But the enterprising knock of 14 from just 8 balls from Gaurav comes to an end. And it's 122 for 8. Take a look at that. Just might have been out Fox. Yes. Might have been the googly. The googly.
Coming down the track and looking to go big. And in the end, Naim Shazad picks the bails cleanly. And so another one goes down, 122 for 8 with 2 overs remaining. The new batter walks out to the middle. So 14 off 9 for Gaurav, stumped by Naim. And so he walks back, gets a smattering of applause from his teammates in the players' pavilion. And so Salman Nazar walks out to the middle, and so he will be at the non-striker's end for the moment as the over was completed, and that over conceded 13 runs, and so the previous over conceded 13 runs. So 2 overs remaining here for Faisalabad. And Zishan Ahmed will finish up here. 3 overs, none for 15. So he'll complete his spell. 122 for 8, 12 balls remaining. And again, Len, a score of 130, 135, 140 probably will be par on this surface. Heavy outfield, so unless you have 6 hitters in your lineup, which will give you the best opportunity to try to score, it could be a long afternoon, or in fact, we could see totals in that range of 130, 135, 140 stand up here on this particular surface.
So a couple of semi-finals, Lahore Badshahs taking on Gujranwala Wolves, and that match happening on the other pitch. Faisalabad Kings and Karachi Leopards locked in one here. We've seen very good cricket. We've seen some good striking of the ball regardless of what the pitch condition has been. We saw Imran Raja striking the ball several times out of the playing area. We saw Salek Iqbal bat the way that we were expecting to see a good innings from him, and he has really showed up today, but it's now down to the last 12. Zishan Ahmed, a big swing and a miss here from Adil Naushawan. He doesn't make contact and brings the equation down to 11 balls. So they're going at 6.7 and over. And we're coming down to the latter stages of this innings. Faisalabad Kings, having lost the toss and was asked to bat first, and they wouldn't mind on very trying conditions. Carl, you probably want to make your runs and to bowl for it afterwards. And so far 122 for 8 with 11 balls remaining.
And
not bad after all.
And if you are the Karachi Leopards, you might contend that given the surface, you might want to see how much you will need to get to the championship final. And so far they know they'll need at least 124 or at least 125 make it. But still, with 10 balls remaining, that 125 or so could easily be 140. Slow surface, uneven bounce, so 140 may well be 135, 140 may well be good par score on this surface. Swing and a miss, as now just 9 balls remain.
So just 3 batters that will take part. We're seeing Adil Naushwan and Salman Nazar out in the middle, and then Umair Ali to come. So the resources of those 3 batters will have to factor in here in the 9 balls. Whether or not Umair Ali might be required to go in the middle, we'll wait and see.
So tugged in the onside for another swing. In fact, they're going to challenge for 2, and they'll get 2 easily in the end as they jog through. So 8 balls to go, 126 on the board.
So this has been a quality over, considering we're just about in the latter stages here with 8 balls remaining from Zishan. You don't expect any bowler to bowl many dot balls at this stage of the game. If they do, that's exceptional. But you've got to applaud the effort here from Zishan.
So another swing and a miss. So dot balls being counted here by Karachi Leopards. Zishan Ahmed making a stellar contribution at the back end of the innings. Just 4 runs conceded in the over. And as you have pointed out, Len, when balls are not going across the boundary or over the boundary, as the bowling team at the death, you would consider yourself to be in a good position.
And Carl, what happens here many times in the last 2 overs, or particularly in the last over, is set the stage. What happens when they come out back for the second inning?
Ball driven back along the ground. They're going to challenge for 2. They go for 1. That's all that's on offer. So the spell comes to an end. A good one from Zishan Ahmed, just 5 runs from that last over. And so he finishes with 4 overs, none for 20. And total 127 for 8 with 1 over remaining. 127 for 8. Faisalabad Kings having been inserted by the Karachi Leopards earlier this morning.
So Zishan Ahmed, none for 20 off 4, economy 5. So we'll wait and see. Munir has been handed the ball. You see the captain?
So he takes the ball to finish things here. His 3 overs cost him 14 runs for 1 wicket. So he will close things out for the Karachi Leopards, and will perhaps look to keep things, keep this over under 13. If he does that, then the Karachi Leopards will be chasing a total less than 140.
So Adil Naushwan, certainly the more experienced of the 2 players, and I say experience because Adil Naushwan knows Marine Park pretty well. I'm pretty sure over the years of Adil Naushwan's career, he's played on every pitch here at Marine Park several times. And so we haven't seen too much of Salman Nazar, but you would want probably the man who's played here so many times before to face the last 6, or at least the start of the last 6.
And then Salman Nazar arrived at the wicket at the loss at the final ball of over number 17. So he's been out there for 2 overs already. Standing as a spectator, is yet to face a ball.
So Munir will come into bowl to Adil Naushwan. It's 127, as you can see. And it doesn't matter how they come. Top edge over the keeper's head. And with runaway for 4. Sometimes it's not how it's done, it's how many you can get. 4 runs.
And so a good strike by Adil Naushwan at this stage of the proceedings. Batsmen are looking to throw their hands, throw the bat at everything that comes through, and got a ball that was lifting, and made sure that he threw the hands at it, and got a thick top edge, flew over the keeper. No man feels in that position, and it ran away for a boundary.
Yeah, Adil has done the best thing. If you're going hard at the ball, you go very hard. Even the edges can fly. And you wouldn't have surprised. That would have gone for 6. Have to reach for the ball. It's in the air for some time, but he gets a single. And now after a long time, Salman Nazar will get a chance to face his first ball.
Yes, Len, with just 4 balls remaining. And so has had a chance to if he has had a chance to observe or to get how this surface is playing, he would have had to do it from a spectator standpoint. Was a mere spectator for much of it. Ball angled down the leg side, should be leg byes here. We'll wait for the signal. We'll get the confirmation now from umpire Brian Kane.
So Adil Naushawan gets a chance again in this over with 3 balls remaining. It's 133 for 8. 140 looks on top here, but Adil Naushawan, very experienced player, can strike the ball. We've seen him in the past, Carl. We've seen him bringing home games for teams that he has played for, and he settles on weight.
And just 2 balls remaining then.
Yeah, this is a good delivery here from Hunan Manir. Might have taken some pace off the ball and allowed the pitch to do its little bit of devilish method. And so far, that ball very important here as Adil settles on weight.
Oh, and this one, not only was it a bit wide, but it kept low again. And so the batsman appealing for a wide. Umpire Kane, again, not interested.
Not at all within the tram lines. It was a very good delivery. He took pace off the ball, allowed the pitch to keep the ball low. 1 ball remaining. Adil Naushawan looking for a typical bounce. He's looking to hit hard, and he's not factoring in that the ball will be slow on a very slow pitch. Here we go. Well bowled. Well bowled in the last 3 balls. Hunan Munir exploits the conditions well. And at the end, Faisalabad Kings ends with 133 for 8. Adil Naushawan not getting hold of any of the shots in the last 3 balls. Credit goes to the bowler, and that's the situation here. So the situation, Faisalabad King having been sent in, batsman walking off. And take a look at the scorecard there. Adil Naushawan not out on 23 from 16 balls, and top scorer of course being Saleh Iqbal. So that's your score sheet for you. Take a look at the bowling card.
So the batters, Umar Farouk, and the bowlers, Hunain Munir, 1 for 19 from 4, Hamad Hassan, none for 21 from 3, Imrul Hashib, 3 for 17 off 4 with 2 maidens. Zishan Ahmed, none for 20 of 4. Sarmad Mohammed, 2 for 35 from 3. Saqib Imran, 2 overs, no maiden, 1 for 19. Wickets falling at 6, 18, 20, 73, 100, 103, 104, and 122. 133 for 8 from 20 overs, 6.65 was the run rate. Extras were 7.
ball hits, it's not great. I don't know how much it costs.
So GoPro camera.
Yeah, GoPro.
You have to be careful with it too because
Somebody told you that at some point.
You will figure it out. Once you read the law, you will figure it out.
I've read the law.
That's the problem with one-side cricket.
Yeah.
Go guys, let's go. Let's go.
This is my favorite part of the ground. Everybody's 3 inches taller. They stand here. It's not a slope, it's just a small mountain.
Maybe they put some mud too for the run up or something and they left it, and with rain it just settled like that.
Lonely mountain.
Batsman, let's go!
These guys are gonna pray.
Go! They walked after us. See, their team is ready. Both teams are ready.
Yep.
Their game finished at 18.5 overs.
Well, we're now 3 hours behind. So.
They are the management actually?
That's the whole management team.
Fielders, let's go. We're already 15 minutes late.
Yeah, they held them to 122. This guy got hit 80 and took them. Huh? Well, honestly, they don't have to. They have to. They're supposed to wait until these guys start.
Finger pointing. They will say batsman start. They will say fielder start.
All right, batters.
Good luck. Have fun.
With bowling?
No.
अपनी मर्जी फील्ड है तू गेंद करनी तू साढ़े साढ़े कहते नहीं जा तू समझ के तू
मार कर जैसी जैसी
तू अपनी मर्जी ये बाद में लगे हुए कोई 3 बार 3 कर
मेरे तू ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਰਹਿ ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਡੋਲਿਆ ਨਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ
यार बात में जो गेंदा पीछे ज्यादा जाने
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਦੇ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਜਾ ਨਾ
छोटे स्लिप पे आया स्लिप करेगा
हां चल ना आदिल भाई थोड़ा बाहर होना
1 मिसिंग
ओए मिसिंग केड़ा साडा आई थिंक इज लैंड ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਾ 1 2 3
यार झाड़ू या नहीं हैगा सी
ਓਏ ਯਾਰਵਾ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ इमरान किधर है
झाड़ू या नहीं हैगा सी
जीमिया आई थिंक यूजिंग वॉशरूम झाड़ू या गड्डी ओए ब्रूम है बाहर भी आते टिमी जीमिया अंदर आ ओए आजा अंदर इमरान आओ इज कमिंग क्या रहने दो आ गया राजा भाई नस के आओ रहने दे हो गई जैसी बाहर क्या लेना नहीं एक थर्ड मैन जल्दी आ ओए अंदर आंदे दोनों थी राजा अंदर अंदर निकल रहा है विकेट हार्ड है
middle and leg you want middle and leg away from you little more more yeah that's middle and leg there's a bowler coming right arm over to you
आती एक से थर्ड मैन हो गया आतिफ फेस कर आतिफ एंड हनैन गोरा रेडी आतिफ हनैन आतिफ फेसिंग
batsman good
गैप देख ले गैप
okay good
सही है मैं जानना
more good
उधर हो साले तू उधर हो थोड़ा साले का क्रीज लाइनिंग का
So Munir and Mushtaq comes out to the middle. Jesse Singh will start from the come box end. And so 133, 134 to win. And here we go. Jesse Singh will come into bowl to Atif. He gets another big outside edge, running up towards the offside boundary. And things are on the way here for the Karachi Leopards. They're off and running with a couple of runs.
1 second please
Yes, Len, and in fact, the requirement 6.7 runs per over is the requirement right at the outset to get to 134 needed for the victory, and so they're up and running. 6 and over, not the most imposing of asks on this surface, but again, we've seen Len the surface played quite. The bounce is quite uneven. The surface is the pitch itself is quite slow, and so batsmen will have to be very watchful. Here's Jesse Singh.
Ball turned into the onside, running up towards the backward square boundary, and that's a lovely shot from Atif Mushtaq. So that has gone away for 4, and in 2 balls, 6 runs.
So Atif looks the part here. He's been very, very. He's been on the ball right from ball 1. Did miss time his pull through the onside on the first delivery. Did pick up a couple runs, but this time he's working this one well through the vacant backward square area and gets 4 runs for the effort.
So Jesse Singh, one of the overseas players here, would have had a busy last couple of days, would have taken part in the Unity Cup 2 and played for a team called Sky Strikers. Better ball here from Jesse Singh, but we've seen a couple of big strike here from Atif Mushtaq, and you look at that. Look at his scorecard. It's 7 in 3 balls.
And really good start here for Karachi Leopards.
So news on the other side. Lahore Badshah are in a good position over there. They have dismissed the team well under 100. And Lahore Badshah, they have won last year. They're seemingly in good form to perhaps get into the championship game.
So a ball taking the outside edge, running down to a slip position, just falling well short. This here is semi-final 2. And we see the activity there as Lahore in action on the field adjacent to this one.
So Jesse Singh and the others will need to defend 6.6. And of course, things will change as we move along. Yeah, wide. Wide is the signal. It's ball way outside off stump. So that'll take the score up to 8. 8 for no loss. This is a very good start here from the Karachi Leopards. And Jesse Singh, along with 3 other players, they've essentially come into this game. The Faisalabad King using up all their overseas limit. So a big appeal. Ball goes through to the keeper. The keeper appears to be Bilal Ahmed. And so Jesse Singh has come back in the latter part of the over. But we would have seen a boundary off the second ball. So Memorial Day in the US. We've got to say thanks for all those who've given their life for the liberty of the US. Oh, big thud into the tie pad, so that will complete over number 1. And over that has gone pretty well for the Karachi Leopards, 8 for no loss.
So the ask was essentially 6, just under 7. And so already Karachi on course. And we see the flag that's adorning the boundary. This is the Memorial Day, the PSL flag, so to speak, which surrounds this entire field, which marks the boundaries, the boundary line for the players. And so very, very meaningful symbol for this tournament. And so we're back with the action. 8 on the board, 134 needed for victory by Karachi Leopards, or 10 wickets by Faisalabad Kings, standing in the way of whom should emerge from this championship final to get from this semi-final to get to the championship final, as Grover has been tossed the ball here, so he will continue the attack. So he'll bowl to Atif Mushtaq.
So the couple of overseas imports have been given early bowl here. Jesse Singh we saw, and now Gaurav comes into the attack. Atif Mushtaq has played a lovely shot in the last over. And so essentially they need 6.6 and over. Not a big ask, but we see how this pitch can play. Earlier on we saw some big knocks from Imran Raja and Salek Iqbal. And we'll have to wait and see what Karachi Leopards brings to the table. So the left arm slow orthodox spinner starts with a dot ball. And Mushtaq, he remains on 7. In fact, he scored all the runs off the bat so far. Munir yet to get off the mark, but he hasn't faced a lot.
Taking on the pad again, a ball keeping low, and we've seen that all day long, Len, playing on the surface. That's why 134 is a tricky total. It's not going to be easy to get there, given how uncertain this the bounce is on the surface. And so Karachi Leopards will have to approach this target with some bit of responsibility. Another ball played up into the offside. No chance there to add to the total. So good start here from Gaurav, as The Faisalabad Kings looking to get off to a good start here. They need wickets. And so far, good bit of bowling here by Gaurav.
Yeah, Gaurav has literally bowled to his field, a very packed offside field. He has allowed the ball, he has allowed the batsman to come off the back foot. This is a very heavy outfield, so there we go. So he's really bowled to his field, and we've seen 5 dot balls in the over so far, so this has been a very good one.
Yes, Len could be on his way to a maiden over. We saw 2 in the prior innings from Karachi when they bowled. Hasib contributed 2 maidens there, which is very unusual in T20, and he does succeed here when bowling the first maiden of the Faisalabad innings, of the Faisalabad bowling effort, and so the over comes to an end. It's 8 for none after 2.
So Jesse Singh, bowled him up, cleaned him up. Perfect delivery from a fast bowler, and certainly a perfect sight. That is what you want to see when a fast bowler runs in and aims at the stump. Look at that. Stumps apart, the middle stump uprooted. And Saleh Iqbal picks it up several yards. Here we go. Take a look at this one. Beaten for pace.
And Jesse Singh, full and straight, knocks the middle stump clean out of the ground, and he celebrates running down the track. And so first wicket falls for Karachi Leopards, courtesy of the exploits of one Jaspinder Jesse Singh.
So they've lost 1. Jesse Singh has struck in his second over.
So the batsman is Naeem Shahzad. Shahzad walks to the middle. And so he will replace Hunan Munir, who went without scoring. So the captain sent packing without troubling the scorers. 8 for 1 in over number 3. Jesse Singh strikes, and strikes early for Faisalabad Kings.
So Shahzad comes out to the middle. It's still 126 from 107. And they've lost the resources of 10 outs by 1. So remaining out 9 remaining as Jesse Singh runs in.
So a nod of the head suggests that the bowler has emerged victorious once again, and so Jesse Singh on a hat trick here. As you see the replay here, the batsman comes forward, and it's taken on the pad, struck in line, and he's showing the bat as if to say he might have gotten an inside edge, but looking somewhat dubious, and Jesse Singh strikes again.
So a couple of wickets for Jesse Singh. Shahzad walks back for his ball. So number 4 will make his way to the middle. 8 for 2.
बेटा मेरा पे आ जा क्योंकि कैचिंग से कह रहे
Go batter.
are we counting any second can you feel
On.
how long we have
ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਖੇਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ
you're not gonna do that
From the moment we get kicked, it's 90.
it's already been 90 seconds it's not even it's all right don't worry they're gonna kill us actually if we do that they're our best buddies
Let's go batter. That's not quick enough. ओए आया जल्दी
आउट है जड़ा आ रहा है
ये भी आउट है अगर 90 सेकंड कहां कहां रेडी है 90 सेकंड है तो उनको चलो यार हबीब हां हबीब यस हबीब righty.
So Mohammed Habib comes to the middle. He'll be facing up to Jesse Singh, and Jesse Singh is on a hat-trick because he's cleaned up Hunan Munir, and he's gotten Shazad first ball, a big thud on the pad. Batsman indicating that the ball would have come off the bat, but umpire Kumar ruling that there was no touch on that one, and it was impact in line, hitting the stumps.
Yes, Len, and the fast nod of the head from umpire Kumar suggesting yes, you have been trapped on the crease. And the batsman Naeem Shazad had to go. Only faced, he went for a golden duck as Jesse Singh struck in two consecutive deliveries, removing one opener, and then his replacement in consecutive deliveries. So here he is on a hat-trick delivery.
So a couple of close infielder, one a short cover, one a short mid-wicket, and here we go, hat-trick ball. Oh, he does well to keep it out. Habib has done well to keep that ball out. And in one of those in-swinging Yorker. And just good enough to keep out Jesse Singh. So a couple of wickets in this over.
back to normal
Followed by a dot ball. It's 8 for 2.
So good work from Jesse Singh, really bowling a tidy spell here. And we saw, then as we said, the surface being uncertain, the bowlers have to use that uncertainty to their advantage, and Jesse Singh keeping the ball full and straight has paid dividends so far.
And Carl, as in the case of Jesse Singh, you may not see much of the pitch behaving because Jesse Singh pitches the ball up and of course has the occasional short ball. So as in the case of Jesse Singh, you could bet on it. He's gonna either pitch it up with the pace that he has for good reason, and if he wants to push you off the back foot, he's gonna pitch that one short. So watch for either a in-swinging Yorker with pace or ball bowled deliberately short.
Again, ball right in the block hole. So Jesse Singh seems to have the right approach here to these batters, keeping the ball right up to the batsman. If there's any movement, it gives him the opportunity to try to take the edge. And if the batters miss, he hits. And so it's been very effective this over. 5 dots, including 2 wickets. Can he finish strong here?
So ball turned nicely into the onside runs there for Habib. And he'll pick up a couple of runs, spoiling an over. If this was a dot ball, we would have seen a double wicket maiden, but that's not the case. Couple of runs there from Habib. And so 3 overs gone. They're batting at 10 for 2.
डार्ट चाहिए, विकेट नहीं चाहिए, डार्ट चाहिए। तू डार्ट करेगा, विकेट खुद वो ले लेगा, ठीक है? चलो मेरा भाई। राजा को देख।
Same ball in here, left arm coming round to you.
Up 3 done?
Yes.
Oh my God.
दस पे 2 आउट गाइस, बहुत अच्छे यार, शाबाश। तो 35 बहुत दूर लग रहे हैं मुझे, शाबाश। 10 2 आउट दे देना ना, सही कर देना।
ये सही नहीं होता।
पेन वाली है तेने? हाँ हो जाएगी।
हेलो भाई, हेलो।
नहीं मैं तो डाल ही
So Gaurav will continue. Gaurav bowled 6 dot balls in the previous over. And will come into bowl to a good response here from Faisalabad Kings in defense of 133. They have taken 2 wickets. They've only given up 10 runs. We've seen a couple of strikes from Jesse Singh in the last over. And Carl, when you factor in 2 wickets in the last over and the one before 6 dot balls, you realize that the Karachi Leopards put under some bit of pressure here now from the Faisalabad Kings.
So Gaurav starts with a good delivery, bowled into the pitch once again. So his first over was a maiden. So he's bowled 7 deliveries on the trot. All for dots. This time he is bowling a long hop and it's been given the treatment. Smashed away through backwards square. Gone for a boundary.
Yeah, good strike here from Atif Mushtaq. Short ball pulled into the onside, and that's a lovely shot. Sort of a release shot for this team, Karachi Leopards. And they're up to 14 for 2.
Again, ball keeping low, so the uncertainty of the surface coming into the fray here. 14 for 2, the total on the board. Here is Gaurav. And a couple of dots here on the back of a ball that was smashed away for a boundary, so just the 4 runs conceded in the over so far. Ball driven back along the track. Again, no chance to score. So good comeback from Gaurav Grover.
So we're waiting on a winner of this one. We did see in the other semi-final Lahore Badsha doing pretty well there. Whether or not they'll get, I think it was 7 something posted by the Wolves. We'll wait and see. So match is hanging in the balance. So another over comes to a close. 14 for 2 at the end of 4. So Jesse Singh will continue. Will come into bowl his second over. Saw an impressive first one, and he runs into bowl to Atif. Atif gets a good delivery to start. Over number 5. In fact, Habib is the man on strike. He's done well to keep a quality delivery out. So Jesse Singh continues here. He's picked up 2 wickets already. In fact, both of the wickets would have gone to Jesse Singh. And he's a quality bowler, hoping that some other performance, Carl, could get him back into the US national team. A team that is now engaged in Texas in ICC League 2 series, ODI series.
Yes, Len. So matched up against Scotland 2 consecutive days. They earned a split and a no ball coming up here. So Jesse Singh will have to be subjected to a free hit here, and so Mohammed Habib will get a free swat at this delivery, this next delivery from Jesse Singh.
So Jesse Singh may have overstepped. 20 years ago, we had very few options of bowling a no ball, but we'll talk about that. Here's Jesse Singh.
Oh, and yeah, it'll be dropped anyway, but it was a free hit, so it didn't matter. Probably should have, as we've said, Len. Gotta still go through with the shot, just swing. Let the ball go wherever it goes.
Omar Farouk.
In the end, didn't really matter. It's just a dot recorded on the books, so it's 15 for 2 still the total.
Yes, Carl, just coming back to, I made the point that maybe 20 or 25 years ago, there were, whenever you were called a no ball, most of the time it was a front foot issue. But what we have seen in the modern game in the last 10 or so years, that there are several ways you can bowl no ball now that has nothing to do with the front foot. For example, one, if you were to run up now and you disturb the stumps, it used to be called a dead ball. Now you're called a no ball. The other thing is about height. You run in and you bowl one of those ball over the waist. That's another no ball. That was never there 20, 25 years ago, or at least in the original laws of cricket, going all the way back to many, many years and perhaps centuries.
And then now, off the wicket, and the ball that bounces more than once.
Yeah, throwing is a no ball now. So there's several other ways.
And then also the fielding restrictions.
Yep.
The field restrictions are in play as this one turned into the onside for another single.
So essentially the game has gotten a bit tougher for bowlers. You can't get away with a whole lot of stuff now, and I'm pretty sure in another 10-15 years things will tighten up for bowlers.
And not only that, Len, now they have in international cricket a man whose job it is to just look for the no ball, the overstepping of the crease. In the old days, it relied on the umpire actually having to look down to see if the man overstepped.
Yeah, you saw in the IPL once you hear the siren. One of those sirens that will probably, if you're on the highway, will pull you over. Well, it's a little bit different now. Oh, into the onside. Good little flick here from the batsman Atif. And he picks up another boundary. This man looked like he can bat. And he has played some good shots. Considering they've been held to a tight rein, 20 for 2. That's a good shot for 4.
Yes, Len. And every time Jesse Singh has pitched on a good line, he's been there to defend. And then anytime Jesse misses the line or misses his length at all, he's been there to pounce on it. So that does underscore the class of a quality player. And again, with not a lot on offer, when he does get an opportunity, he has taken advantage thus far.
He knows once the ball is going down the leg side, you play some of those shots, it's the pace of the ball more than anything else. And Jesse Singh, if you play against Jesse Singh, you know him well. It's either pitch up or short.
He's bowling with quite a bit of pace, though, is Singh. Really letting the ball talk here. Again, on a slow surface, has managed to extract quite a bit of pace. There's that extra pace. There is that extra pace from Jesse Singh. Takes out another one. And so the third wicket falls here, all to Jesse Singh. and he's been on fire.
And you look at the wicket here. Look, it looks like we're playing with two stumps. The bail intact. The bail intact. Look at that. Off stump goes for a walk. Playing down the wrong line of the delivery, and a super delivery from Jesse Singh.
And you see that the motion from the batsman, who just kind of Atif just indicated that the ball would have moved off the seam as he moved his hand across to suggest that there was some bit of movement. And Jesse Singh on fire picks up his third wicket. He's bowling here at 3 for 16 from his 3 overs so far, ripping into the top order of Karachi Leopards.
And Carl, we saw what happened here. The off stump goes for a walk. The middle and leg stump still standing with the bail intact. And we've seen in modern cricket, look, we've seen ball hitting the stumps and bail not coming off. And the rule says that unless the bail falls, the man is not out. Even these days you have zing stumps and zing bails, but one of the laws of cricket, when you get a wicket, the rule says you've got to take the stumps apart. And so that is why one of the reasons that we've seen in the IPL a couple of times players getting bowled and bail hasn't been dislodged.
Yeah, we saw
and
that
the
too.
rule very clearly states that unless the bail is dislodged, the man is given not out.
So when David Warner, the ball struck the wicket with such ferocity that it's unbelievable still how that bail stayed intact.
So Dilbagh Singh comes to the middle. They call him Baga.
Left arm coming round.
And he plays in the Commonwealth League. Well, I'll tell you something. Dilbagh Singh, he loves to hit the ball. And if he gets off today, we could see the right hand. We could see a version of Umar Farooq.
Well, he'll have to do a lot of bagging here today, Len, as they're well behind the 8 ball at 20, batting at 20 for 3 after 5 overs. We're still inside the power play, only 20 runs on the board. Asking rate has gone up to 7.6. So it's gone up a full extra run. The asking run now, the misfield has allowed the batters to scamper through for 1. And so a little bit of fumbling in the deep there from, I think Umar is the man out there.
Yeah, Umar.
And giving away 1. So
they got to take it easy on Umar.
Right.
Umar is here to smash balls and smash them out of the park.
Well, he didn't do that today, and so has to make up for that in the field.
You'll never drop a player like that. Umar is the Chris Gale of this team. Don't ask him to move too much.
Again, ball keeping low, and so 130 is going to be a very tricky chase here on this surface.
So Dilbagh comes into strike. And like anything else, Carl, Dilbagh will probably have to see 1 or 2 balls, but he can strike the ball. Don't be fooled by the physique that this man carries. But he can wield a cricket bat. I've seen him play several big innings in Queens and other parts of the New York area.
Lovely.
Comes out of a team that, one of the teams he plays for is a team called Game Changers that has Umar Farooq in that team.
So again, ball played up into the offside, and no chance to score there. So a good bit of bowling by Gaurav. We've seen again just 5 runs conceded, as we've already bowled a maiden within his 2.3 overs at this point. So continuing to apply pressure here. Big hit into the air, and this one will go the distance. The first maximum of the day for the Karachi Leopards. This one goes up and over long on. Gone for a maximum.
So they were lagging a little bit behind. Let's take a look at that. Firmly hit. And it's gone for 6, just enough to clear the flags here at Marine Park. And umpire Brian Kane does some arms exercise.
Very colorful umpire is Brian Kane. Uses the motion, a very precise motion. He's always almost looking as if he's, as you pointed out, Len, doing some stretching.
Yeah, Carl, you're right at that. And speaking of being precise, Brian Kane keeps a very good lid on the game. I made a point just when that batsman took a little bit longer to come up. I did see Brian Kane timing that man. And it might have been his generosity, might have been Brian Kane's generosity not to allow the rule to take its course, or else we probably would have the score would have been reading 27 for 4. So 6 overs gone, 27 for 3. They came out looking for 6.6 and over, and now that asking rate has gone to 7.5 because Jesse Singh has bowled well, and we have seen very good bowling from Gaurav.
Yes, Len, and so the power play comes to an end. Just 27 runs in the power play, and we see the Faisalabad Kings led by Iqbal Saliq's 44. Raja got 36. Baja's got 14. And then we saw the bowling of Ashib, 3 for 17.
Salman Azhar.
And for Karachi Leopards, Mushtaq with 15 has led the way so far. Jesse Singh's 3 for 16 has been the best bowling figures on the Faisalabad Kings side.
So Raj Bafsar comes into the attack, and Carl, it's interesting that the Faisalabad Kings have used all 3 of their overseas players for bowling so far. We saw Jesse Singh, we saw Gaurav, and now we see Raj Bafsar, and I'm pretty sure Raymond Ramratan will bowl, so they've relied on all their overseas picks to do all the bowling here.
Their bowling attack, and Raj Bafsar, a quality all-rounder. Raj can keep wicket. He's a good leg spinner, and then he's also a quality batsman. And again, Farooq is struggling out in the deep there as another single to Habib takes him up to 5.
And Carl, Umar was placed in the point that I'm pretty sure that the boys were saying this is the field that the least ball will go, while the ball continues to follow him. Now they've made a change, and I wouldn't be surprised if the ball follows Umar.
The ball goes to cover. Watch, the ball goes to cover. And it's just the way that cricket is, Len. You can't
hide on a cricket field.
You cannot hide
in
from
T20.
the cricketing gods. They will
You
find
cannot hide in a cricket field on a T20 game. You go to fine leg, and that becomes a high trafficking position. So Baga comes in to strike, and he will face up to Raj Bafsar. Very talented player is Raj Bafsar. Plays in Millennium League in New Jersey. And also would have been part of the Black Caps squad, another top team in the New Jersey area. Him along with Raymond Ramratan, Monang Patel, Smith Patel, some of the other players in those teams. Dominic Ricky sometimes plays with them out in New Jersey. Very quality leg spinner. As you made mention, he's a keeper also, and we know he can bat. Baga being held on a tight rein here. This is good bowling here from Raj Bafsar.
And started quite well, left arm orthodox. And again, surface, whatever assistance you can get from the surface, you as a bowler have to look to take advantage.
And this is a very good matchup here because the leg spinner is taking the ball away from the right-hander. Right-hander would love an off-spinner for him to bowl into his swing zone. This is not a swing zone. Ball turns away. This is good matchup.
And of course, it finds Farooq. He can't hide, as we suggested, Len. We've been playing cricket long and watching cricket long enough.
They need 105. If you can hit the ball 105 times to Farooq, you've got your game.
29 for 3, the total on the board. And so ball outside the off stump. And Dilbag at the non-striker's end appealing for perhaps a wide. Umpire Kane not interested. In fact, umpire Kumar not interested. And so the over comes to an end. Just 2 runs from it. A good over from Raj Bafsar. And so it's Karachi Leopards needing 134 to 29 for 3 in response. Asking rate, Len, now up to over 8. 8 and over is the ask.
Same ball in here. Left
So
arm,
you're
come around.
watching the Pakistan Super League, the USA version. Second year running, we saw Lahore Bacha winning the championship last year. That was badly affected by weather. But now we have had very good sunshine. Ideal day for cricket, or perhaps a little too hot, Carl. This one is swung into the onside as Gaurav continues. Baga gets a single and hands the strike over to Habib Mohammed. So things have been relatively quiet here for the Karachi Leopards.
Yes, Len, Habib has faced 12 balls so far for his 5. Continues to absorb deliveries here, so Gaurav really kept things very steady. Swinging across the line. Can't afford to play that stroke on a surface that's keeping low. But he gets away with it this time. Score remains at 30. And again, ball keeping a tad bit low, and then, as we've said, batters on the surface, when you're on a tricky surface as this with the bounces that's uneven, have to look to be on the front foot at all times. Again, he goes across the line, and so perhaps only a matter of time here for Habib. Doesn't look to have made the adjustment to batting on this surface.
Yeah, that's not a shot for a leg spinner. They're playing across the spin of the ball, and Gaurav has bowled good line and length.
And this time, of course, it's only a matter of time, Len. We saw it coming. He goes across, same shot every time. And this time he has the off stump removed. And so it's now 30 for 4. Habib goes for 5. So here is the delivery from Gaurav. And he goes across, just a terrible swing across the line, off balance completely. And we saw 3 times in a row he would have gone across the delivery, and each time he missed. This time a little bit straighter from Gaurav, and that bit of adjustment from the bowler makes the difference, and he removes Habib. Habib would have absorbed 16 deliveries for his 5, 30 for 4, as the new batsman strikes to the middle.
विकेट लेनी नहीं, खुद उसको खुद मिली ना, उसने ली नहीं है, तो गार्ड करे या वो
Good.
So Saqib Imran comes to the middle. They're batting at 30 for 4. And so they need 104 from 73 balls. We see a run rate that keeps going up slightly. And Carl, typically when wicket falls, that's the downside, and the uptick is that the run rate keeps going up. So we'll have to wait and see as Saqib Imran comes out to join Dilbagh Singh. It's 30 for 4. So Lahore Bacha on the other side, they're in a strong position to play into the championship game, but we're watching Dilbagh Singh gets a single out towards the offside, the onside. 31 for 4. So Raj Bapsar, first ball would have gone for a single off the bat of Dilbagh Singh, so that pushes the score up to 32 for 4. Raj Bapsar, his first of all, would have gone for 2. Picked up 1, or did he not? No, may not have. Well, he starts well. We've seen a single and a dot in this over. can't score. We've seen very good spin bowling. In fact, all the bowlers have come to the game today. We've seen good bowling from Jesse Singh.
And then how much credit do you put on the surface itself? How much has the surface contributed to the struggles that the batsmen have had? Has to be factored into the equation somehow. 32 for 4, the total on the board. We're in over number 9.
And Carl, the mental pressure of a pitch that you know is not playing true certainly at some point will take its toll. And then when you factor in scoreboard pressure, 133 was always going to be something to bowl at in this game. So mentally it plays on the batsman's mind.
So another single taken here by Dilbag. He pushes up to 10 as another over comes to an end. So it's 33 for 4 at the end of 9 overs. And as you pointed out, Len, in the matchup between the Wolves, Gujranwala Wolves versus Lahore Bacha. Wolves having posted 87 all out in response. Lahore Bacha are 80 for 1 inside 8 overs.
It's a changeable in here. Left arm coming around still.
That game is almost over. It's after 8 overs. In fact, 8.4 overs gone there. 81 for 1. Lahore Bacha chasing Gujranwala Wolves. 87 all out, so they just need 7 runs. 7 more runs from 68 balls. 9 wickets in hand. So looks like Lahore has punched their ticket into the final, and so they wait for the outcome of this result.
Salman Nazar.
And he's guarded it. Looked like it just came off the wicket keeper. So swing and a miss. So Solomon comes into the attack here.
So we've seen our third slow left arm orthodox spinner deployed here. We saw Bajaj and Raj Bafsar. Now Salman Nazar giving the ball. So Salman Nazar giving the ball here in over number 10. And they have kept Dilbag relatively quiet. We haven't seen, in fact, we've only seen one big shot from him so far. So another play and a miss here, this time from Saqib Imran. Oh, into the onside. Good looking shot from Saqib Imran. And they'll come back for runs. In fact, it's gone away for 4. So 4 runs off the bat of Saqib. And that'll take the score up to 38 for 4 in over number 10. So the equation comes down to 100 runs and 63 balls, asking 9.5 runs and over, and they're going at 3.5.
That's over so far. Yeah, it was 5, 1, and 4.
So Salman Nazar. Ball swept into the onside, an easy single again. So Dilbag Singh and Saqib Imran trying to stitch together a partnership here. It's not been easy. So that's the completion of over number 10.
Was that 1?
करना ना होना कर तो एक गेंद करना फिर उसी घर पे करना
कोई बच्चे एक दो बच्चे गुड ओवर उसको उधर कर ले इसके जैसे दो मारी है इसने वहां ही खेलना है तू मुंह में नहीं देगा वो ठीक है
Guys, let's go, guys, let's go. Jesse, batsman is ready, let's go.
So Bafsar continues. So into the onside. Fielder comes around, gets a bounce. And that's Raymond Ramratan. So a single there to Saqib Imran. Is 40 for 4 in the 11th. So both teams have done well during the course of the league stage, and coming into the quarter and now the semi-final, both teams would have won 2 and lost 1. So 40 for 4. This is the 11th over.
And so far the run rate continues to escalate for Karachi Leopards. Run rate approaching 10 at this point. And so asking rate, with the asking rate inching up, only adds pressure to this chase. Runs on the board, as we've said, on a low playing surface, on uneven surface, really causing some consternation for the batters. Another single turned into the onside, and if you're Karachi, you would have to be thinking, at which point do you look to have a go? And if you're Faisalabad, you'll just look to continue to bowl line and length here, keep the ball full and straight. And when they miss, you hit, ball in the air towards the long on region. It's gone the distance, and that's gone for a maximum. So Dilbag Singh on the charge. He picks up a maximum for the effort.
Yeah, big applause from his camp. They know he's been quiet for a while, and he will need a lot more of those. The bowling has not allowed him to dictate things. And so far, 48 for 4 with a couple of big strikes from him. They would have lost their top batter. In fact, Hunan Munir with 114 runs coming into this match would have been one of the top batsmen of the league so far. So 49 for 4 at the end of 11. That's the latest score here at Marine Park.
And the other game, Len, has completed as Lahore Bradshaw wins by 8 wickets there as they chased 87 all out. They got to 88 for 2 after 9.3 overs. So Lahore Bradshaw have booked themselves a place in the final. And so now just waiting on the winner of this matchup between these two combatants.
So the boys from Lahore will be quite pleased with the way things have gone in the PSL series. It'll be their second year into the final. They won it last year. We're still awaiting this one here. Faisalabad King is in a good position. But how many times, Carl, we called games in which we say teams are in good position only to walk away and realize, well, they have lost that match.
Yes, Len. Well, Lahore on the back of Said Abdullah's 47 off 23 struck 5 sixes, 204 strike rate. As he swashbuckled them to victory. And so they'll get a chance here, Len, to rest up and wait to see who they'll take on. And for now, it looks like a match hanging in the balance. As Salman Nazar continues. Dilbag is playing that one up into the offside, down to a third man position. And it's gone for buys, actually, and it's 4 of them.
So the correct signal from umpire Brian Kane, he goes buys first.
And that brings up to 50, Len. 50 comes up.
53
comes
for
up.
4. And I say buys first, Carl, because as a scorer, you would have seen that ball go for 4, so that's not relevant. You're itching to wait on the umpire call to see whether it's leg by, and as a scorer, you keep going. But you've gone to many places, and you see the umpire will signal 4, and then, of course, the buys come.
So here's Salman. This one hit well in the air. Bilal.
So Saleh kick
Saleh
ball,
actually.
runs
Saleh
out the
glutes
real
up.
estate. And another big 6 here from Dilbag. And Carl, if there's a player to make an impression here, 75 to win from 52. In these days of modern T20 cricket, 52 balls with 75, forget it's not a lot. And Dilbag, he can strike a few here.
Well, he'll need to strike quite a few of them. This one is tugged into the onside for another single this time.
So Dilbag is fighting back. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, enough meat on that bat over the head of Saleh Iqbal. He runs out a space. Another big 6 here at Marine Park.
For a moment, Salman thought he was in business. He looked up and saw it going towards Salik. Thought Salik might have had a play. In the end, not able to reel it in as ball kept on going. Was in the air, in the breeze. Just kept going. Went for a maximum. We've seen 3 6s hit by Dilbag already in his innings of 26. 26 off 24 balls. He's taking on the pad. Ball might have been pitched outside the leg stump. Throw, and he's diving to get into his ground. Salman in the way, and may have been struck on the arm. It looks like he took a painful blow, and in fact, signal is being given for either ice or something to come into play. So 61 for 4. We're in over number 12. You see the throw here, and yeah, it may have been distracted by the batsman diving and may have been struck on the arm as he was flashing the arm there. And so
leg by.
In fact, leg by is the call. So one leg by added. So score goes up to 61 for 4. And it brings Dilbag back onto strike.
So Lahore Badshaw makes it into another final, as we see the 2 umpires from the other game, one being Ron McFarlane, has had a half a day of work, or not really, Carl?
3 minutes here. 3 minutes.
So a bit of hold up here as Salman Khan would have taken a painful blow on the hand.
All right, guys, thank you.
A short range throw.
Salman Nasser.
Salman Nazar.
Pace off here, causing the batters to struggle. As delivery brings the over to an end. 13 runs from it. 62 for 4 at the end of 12. So if we look at the worm chart, it looks like Faisalabad well ahead here of the Karachi Leopards. Blue line on top of the orange line there suggests Faisalabad may be in the driver's seat here as they look to clinch the team that will take on the Lahore Badshaw. As new bowler is Salman Zar.
So Raj Bafsar is the bowler. And Saqib Imran, the man on strike. He dabs it into the offside, can't score. So the contest continues here. Faisalabad and the Karachi Leopards locked in a battle. We know one of the teams that will play into the championship game, but for now is still waiting on this one. Faisalabad Kings, they're in a good position. So Dilbagh Singh comes in to strike. So another quality ball. Dilbagh doesn't get a big hit on this one. In fact, they scamper through for a single. And the single that takes the score up to 64 for 4. You can see that on your screen. Saqib Imran comes back into strike. So he's bowled him. So Saqib Imran is asking what has happened. Well, the ball has grazed the off stump. We'll take a look at that. But another wicket goes down, 63 for 5. Take a look here. Yeah, touches the off stump. The bails is dislodged. And another wicket goes on, 63 for 5. Karachi Leopards, they're in all sorts of trouble here. And Faisalabad Kings looks to be the team advancing out of this match here, but still early to call.
He missed the run over there.
Batsman in. Good.
So Hamad Hassan comes to the middle. And let's see what the requirement is. 71 to win from 44 balls, but most importantly, they have lost 5. But with Dilbagh Singh in the middle there, Carl, you never know what can happen.
What's up, boss? That time of the year again.
Yes, sir.
How are you guys yesterday? Good games, huh?
So let's stump. Don't want helmet. Bowler coming. Left arm around. 2 more balls.
So we're back with the cricket. And a play a miss here from Hamad Hassan. So the pressure on the batting team. And Faisalabad Kings, 134, 133 when they batted, Carl. But it looks like they're going to defend whatever was put on the board.
Yes, oh, another wicket goes here. Another man goes down as Hassan swings and misses, loses his off stump. And so a wicket here puts them into even a further spot of bother. They're now 62 for 6. And so here is the delivery. Foolish delivery. And he drags it on, knocks back the leg stump. And so the play on results in 62 for 6. 62 for 6, the total. So Sarmad Mohammed walks to the middle at 62 for 6.
Yeah, they're struggling here.
All right, fellas.
They did well in the earlier part of the game. There was one time when Faisalabad King had lost 4 wickets under 30 runs. But we saw a good knock from Salek Iqbal. And now it's over to the bowlers. The bowlers have done well. Look at that scorecard. 6 down for 62. With Dilbagh Singh and Sarmad out in the middle.
Same ball then, left arm round.
So we'll have to wait and see
Here we go,
as
guys.
Salman Nazar
7 overs more.
given the ball, and all the spinners have bowled exceptionally well. 2 for 16 from Raj Bafsar. None for 13 off 2 from Salman Nazar. And we also saw Gaurav Grover getting 1 for 12 off 4 overs. Yeah, Dilbagh is waiting to come onto that ball for a big swing, but not allowed. So the ball has gone away for 4. So 4 runs here for Dilbagh Singh. Very surprisingly that the ball would have gone. And now Umar is setting field. So Umar wants to go back there. And trying to take that fielder out. It might have been Adil Naushawan. So between Adil Naushawan and Umar Farooq, seem to be leaking runs in that position of the field.
कोई मैच नहीं होना मैं नहीं मैच होगा मैं देखना कि भैन ही एक मैच होना प्लीज यार मेरे बच्चे
So we're back with cricket, 66 for 6, and make that 67 for 6 as Dilbagh picks up a run. And so, Carl, that equation comes down to 67 to win from 39 balls. But we've seen a very good performance by the Faisalabad King. And they seem to be bowling well to defend 134. Here is Salman Nazar. And new batsman Sarmad. Sarmad is quite defensive, can't score. So we're back with cricket here at Marine Park.
He got a debut?
Yeah.
Playing?
Yeah, he played 2 games already. But they're making him bat, like, know where he is at bat, so.
Oh, yeah.
It's like where he's kind of has to hit. But
So this one paddled into the onside for a couple of runs. So the score inches on. So a bit of a disruption in the telecast. We're now seeing the Faisalabad Kings playing with just 10 men, as one individual was disqualified, and so they're still defending 65 from 37, asking rate just over 10 and a half to be precise.
So Lahore Bacha has booked their ticket to the final. And we're still waiting on this one. This one looks pretty, just a slight advantage to the Faisalabad Kings. Other than that, Carl, with Dilbagh out in the middle still, you'll probably have to give them an outside chance that Dilbagh can strike the ball consistently well out of the park.
So
they're asking 65 to win from 36 balls.
Just under 11 runs per over they asked. 69 for 6. Dilbagh on 31. And you can see on screen Sarmad Mohammed. He's on 2. He's faced just 3 balls so far. And
so it appears Umair Ali has been called up here. I'm surprised that he wouldn't have given an opportunity to bowl so far, but the other bowlers have done well. And Jesse Singh started them off. And I'm also surprised that Dilbagh Singh has not opted to go with a headgear. Oh, he loses his off stump. And so no problems with headgear or not. I'm pretty sure you would have called for one. But he loses his off stump. And it's 69 for 7 first ball. What a perfect start to his bowling spell from Umair Ali.
And my word, what a delivery as we look at it once again. Just full and straight. And Dilbagh, got beaten by the pace of the delivery. Full, and he points to the turf as if to say that the ball did not come up off the surface whatsoever. And so that's been the difficulty of this playing surface. Not the best wicket to bat on. And the struggle continues here for Karachi Leopards as they fall into further doldrums here at 69 for the loss of 7 wickets.
So another wicket goes down, this time off the bowling of Umair Ali. And things seem going downhill here for the Karachi Leopards. As it appears Zishan Ahmed makes his walk to the middle. And Dilbagh Singh comes back, having probably disappointed the team today, Carl, but it has been a tough road for them.
Well,
not a big score, but certainly outdone by some quality bowling.
Well, then he has been the lone man to carry the fight. 31 from 31 that he scored, I think from some 29 deliveries. He is only one of 2 batters in double figures other than Atif Mushtaq at the top. And so the entire middle order has fallen away effectively for Karachi Leopards, which has certainly put them into the precarious position which they find themselves.
So Umair Ali will have his tails up now. Will come into bowl to Zishan Ahmed. Zishan Ahmed, we made the point that he would have enjoyed a bit of exhibition game stint in the minor league series with the Empire State Titans a couple of years ago. But even in that series, he was one of the seamer. And the local cricket, Carl, everybody can bat. You bat from 1 to 11.
And they're going to need to actually bring that to fruition. They'll need to bat all the way down to the very last man here. 65 needed from 34.
And that'll give us a clear sense of what the Faisalabad Kings attack will look like. Jesse Singh, Raj Bafsar. We haven't seen Raymond Ramratan. We've seen Salman Nazar. Now we're seeing Umair Ali. Not forgetting Gaurav Grover.
And Grover has already bowled out, so he is 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 12. And so he's done. Bhaskar is also done, 4 overs, 2 for 16. So they'll take no further part in this contest. This one is hit up towards Salik Iqbal at long off. They come back for a couple as the throw from Saqib goes to the non-striker's end. And now they're going to come back for a third.
So a third run will put Sarmad on strike. And over the years, Carl, Sarmad has gone with Sarmad Khan. So I'm not too sure if there has been a name change in recent time. We see Sarmad Mohammed on the scorecard, but over all the years I've seen him played many times at Whitestone Park and certainly part of the Commonwealth League. And back then I know him as Sarmad Khan, but people change their name.
It happens. Maybe he's Sarmad Mohammed Khan.
Oh, you never know.
You never know.
Well, I hope we got the right man. So he's driving up to Salek Iqbal, who batted brilliantly today, Salek Iqbal. And that brings them to what, 61 from 31 balls, asking 11 runs, in fact, close to 12 and over.
Yes, Len. And Salik Iqbal's 44 that he posted when Faisalabad Kings batted is now looking like 100, as we have seen batters struggle to score on the surface. So that innings from Salik looking even better than we might have imagined at the time that he scored it.
So a couple of good runs taken here from Zishan Ahmed. That completes over number 5, over number 15. And after 15, they're batting a 75 for 7.
So 59 more needed from the next 5 overs. Asking rate just under 12. And you can see the worm here that shows Faisalabad Kings firmly on top here, as they would have really accelerated towards the back end of their innings. And Karachi on the other hand, as they have fallen away, and only 3 wickets in hand the rest of the way, and they vie for a berth in the championship final. The Lahore team awaits them. They've already booked their place with a thumping victory over Wolves earlier this afternoon, and so they sit in the final and await the winner here, as the Gujranwala Wolves were dismissed for 87 all out inside 19 overs. Lahore Badshah romped to 88 for 2 from 9.3 overs, as Syed Abdullah led the way with a blistering 47 from 23 balls, including 5 sixes and 3 fours.
So Adil Naushwan gets a bowl, and he comes in here with not much left in terms of wickets, and if he was planning to take a 5-wicket haul, as umpire Brian Kane signals a wide, Carl. And if Adil Naushwan was planning to take 4 or 5 wickets today, it's not going to happen.
Well, swing and a miss. Not enough wickets for him to take, but nonetheless, at this stage of the contest, I'm sure Adil will be satisfied with just getting through these next 5 overs. In fact, he can only bowl 3 off the 5, if that.
So the Marine Park facility continues to host cricket events, several pitches here, and over the years, Carl, we've seen some very good contests spread across many leagues and many tournaments, and the Pakistan Super League has made home here for the last couple of years. And so the boys are quite delighted that they're playing in their home area. Couple of runs here off the bat of Zishan Ahmed, as well, in fact, they're settled. They'll come back for a couple of runs now, and you get the feeling that the Faisalabad Kings, realizing that they've got some control of this game, And when you look at what is required, 55 from 27, why not?
It's gonna take a monumental reverse of fortune for Karachi to come back into this contest. And so Faisalabad Kings cruising at the moment with 7 wickets down, or having restricted Karachi to 80 for 7. And so now just looking to close things out here by getting through these last 5 overs.
So ball tugged into the onside. Raymond Ramratan comes around. We haven't seen him bowl yet or today, but maybe they'll keep him for the surprise package into the final. He's a quality leg spinner, probably one of the best in the country.
Wide is a call, and so he'll have to reload that one.
So extras has now gone up to 9. 4 byes, 1 leg by, 1 no ball, 3 wides. We saw a no ball overstepping from Jesse Singh. Other than that, they have kept the wides relatively low. But then we haven't seen much of action in terms from the batter's standpoint. So 16 gone, it's 83 for 7.
So 8 runs coming from the over, 51 needed from 4. Asking rate 12.8 the ask. So almost 13 runs and over from this point forward, as Umair will continue the attack here, and he'll bowl to Zishan Ahmed. Ahmed on 9. And Zishan would have faced 9, got his 9 from 7 deliveries. And so at some point, one of these two batters need to go. Only 24 balls remaining. They need to go at almost 2 runs per ball. And so they'll need to score, and score quickly here, with not a lot of resources left in the hut. In fact, if we look down the line here, only Wahab Munir and Hasib Imrul remain in the hut.
So bowler attacking the stumps, and Zishan picks up a single. And that brings the equation down to 50 to win from 23 balls. Looks like it's an impossibility at this point, Carl. It's certainly not out of the realm. 23 balls.
It would be very difficult then to envision a scenario. Oh, and he's been run out brilliantly. A brilliant run out there as Jesse Singh scampering in, picking up on the trot and knocking the stumps over. And so batsman walks. It's 85 for 8.
So another wicket goes down, 85 for 8. Or 84 for 8. So let's take a look here. Scampering for run here, and the throw comes in.
Wow. Brilliant bit of cricket. And unbelievable arm. Just picking up on the trot. Very athletic play from Jesse Singh. He was running for all he was worth. And there's the replay. There his stumps got knocked over at that point. And so the technology disturbed with the hit of the wicket. And so now 84 for 8. So new batsman walks out to the middle.
Munir.
And
Wahab Munir.
Wahab it is. 50 needed from 22 balls. 50 needed from 22 balls.
So Wahab Munir comes out to the middle.
Oh, cleaned up.
Zishan.
1 ball, and Zishan sees the stumps disturbed.
Yeah, another one on the stumps. And you miss, the ball hit. And so another wicket goes down. Umair Ali
and
has picked up 2.
And for the second time, Len, we've seen just the off stump knocked out of the ground. The other 2 stumps are standing with the bail still on them. Or was it the leg stump? The other stump was standing with the bails on.
Yeah, I would want to think something is wrong with that bail on the off stump. We've seen it twice. So maybe we'll get Brian Kane and umpire Kumar to have that checked.
So
and
last
Carl,
pair.
in the olden days when some of these stumps came with a little bit of varnish and polish, they could stick together because of the heat.
Well, it'll be interesting to kind of see like what would cause that particular stump to that particular bail to want to settle on that stump. We've seen it hit quite a few times today, so you would think there would be nothing to keep that in place unless it's just the precision of the bowlers just hitting the one stump cleanly each time. And so nonetheless, we're at the final pair here. 50 runs are needed from 21 balls. Asking rate gone now up over 14. And so it looks to be Faisalabad Kings on their way to place in the championship final. They'll need to just see this Karachi Leopards team off. And if they are able to do so successfully, they'll go on to take on the Lahore Badshah.
So Imran Hashib comes to the middle. And he comes in here with a lot of runs, 50 from 21, but they're on the verge of getting bowled out. And Umair Ali with 2 in the bag so far is on a hat-trick, so second time we are seeing bowlers on a hat-trick. We saw earlier on a couple of strikes from Jesse Singh, and now Hashib comes in and will face up to Umair Ali, who's bowled well so far. So here we go, hat-trick ball. Playing a miss outside the off stump, so
not really a hat-trick in the true sense of it, as first wicket would have been by run out, but nonetheless would have been 3 wickets in a row on a trot. So still 15 required per over. So first wicket was a run out, then bowled, and then third ball would have been
so a chance to score there, full toss. And even some of the bad balls now are becoming good balls, and I make that point, Carl. Those balls probably you'll have to do something with them. But Hashib missing the ball completely, going through to Bilal Ahmed, the keeper.
Ooh, full and straight again, and that will complete the over. A good one, just 1 run coming from it. 2 wickets fell in that over, and so now it's 84 for 9, as you see on screen, with Zishan on 10. Imrul still yet to get off the mark. 50 more runs are needed from the next 3 overs.
So Jesse Singh comes back into the attack. Let's look at his bowling figure. 3 for 16 off 3. And Jesse Singh has caused enough technical damage to the production crew. They were down on 1 camera. And the run out has certainly put the production crew in maybe a $4,000 expense. I wonder who will pay that bill if it gets billed to the...
Maybe it's insurance. And this one goes through Bilal, and the batters choose to stay in their ground.
So Lahore Badshah will play the final A very impressive victory for them, Carl. Saeed Abdullah returning fresh from Virginia last night, or early this morning, smashed his way. Speaking of smash, this is a big smash, and it's gone all the way off the bat of Wahab Munir. And Brian Keynes comes up with a big 6 there. That's 6 good-looking runs. So 90 for 9. And so essentially they need what? They need 44 from 21 balls. Wahab Munir smashing that one. Seen it gone a long way. We've seen a lot of 6s in this game, but that one probably one of the longer one. He comes down the track, doesn't get the elevation, Munir. And this is Wahab Munir. His brother, Hunan Munir, would have, coming into this match, 114 runs in the series, the highest by any batsman. But now we come down to the latter stages of this game. A lot of runs remaining in just over 3 overs. Ball stroked into the offside, can't score. Imrul Hashib will be going up to Somerset Cavaliers this year in the minor league series 2022. That series bowls off at the end of June, so the young man would have been quite happy that he has been drafted and picked by one of the top franchise in the New Jersey area. Saw him in DC a couple of days ago and was with the 22 yards Cavaliers. So 18 overs gone. It's 91 for 9.
And with 43 runs to get from these next 2 overs, asking rate well in excess of 21. This well and truly looks like it's Faisalabad.
And the fact is, Carl, why Faisalabad Kings will go into the final having in a strong position to go here. They will have to probably make a change to their side. And certainly one of their batsmen might be missing here this afternoon. 91 for 9.
So 12 balls remaining in the innings. And Umair Ali looks like he'll continue the attack here. Helmet is being requested by Zishan.
Yes, Carl. So we saw earlier on the Batshaw game, and we were making the point that the 2 umpires out there, Ron McFarlane, one of them, would have had a half a day of work.
Yes, Len had an easy day, I said to him, and Ron McFarlane mentioned, well, it's about time. He felt like he was overdue to get an easy one, and did get a game and a half in a sense. One innings went 18.5 overs. The other went 9.3. So he had about two-thirds, you might say, or 3/4 of a game.
Yes, Carl. The umpiring in this series has been up to very, very high standard. The elite squad has certainly come out, coordinated by Danny Khan, president of the United States Cricket Umpires Association, and we have seen some top umpiring. As in this case, we've seen the man from Rhode Island, Kumar, on the leading edge now, and of course Brian Kane at the square leg region. So we're ready for cricket, and Umair comes into bowl to Wahab Munir. And I think we'll have to update the scorecard there. I'm pretty sure that's Wahab Munir.
So I had Wahab as well, and because I see this man will go, I can change my thing. I knew exactly what happened.
Yeah, Zishan was dismissed, edged into the offside. Fielder comes around, doesn't hold on, and Wahab gets away with a single, so it's 92 for 9.
Yeah, I had Zishan out too and went back and changed my thing.
Yes, Carl, and just to round up the umpire with McFarlane over there is umpire Irfan. We've seen, and while we were here, we were still watching some games over there, and they took full control of all the games so far. So this tournament certainly blessed with some very good quality umpires that know what they're doing, very experienced, and have been around the local circuit or higher than the local circuit for some time. Oh, that's a lovely shot into the air, all for a catch. And this time, Adil Naushawan comes up with a very good catch. And the improvisation here of Imrul Hashim hasn't worked out. And now they have lost this game, isn't it? All out for 92?
92 all out is what the scorecard reads, and they fell with 9 balls remaining. So Faisalabad wins by 41 runs, emphatic thumping victory in the end. And so we'll line up for a resumption and for the final, and that will probably get started at approximately 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time.